Hola, ¿cómo está? Buenas tardes. Hope everyone's doing well. Okay, so last time, a lot happened. We were investigating a second murder that occurred, in Amara's temple. The Tomb of Amara, actually, I think it's called. Not a temple, it's a tomb. A murder that has implicated Dirk, Apollo's and Nayuta Sadmadi's father, and also the rebel leader of the Defiant Dragons. He was found with a knife in his hand covered in blood, and the victim had been stabbed in the back, so it looks like an open and shut case, but it won't be because he's our client, and our clients are never guilty. Oh, El Tigre. Look at him! What the fuck? School days. Levion! Sure, why not? Alternative outfits. And now we're about to start up the trial. Let's jump right in. Stylish threads awarded. I got an achievement for putting them all in costumes. May 19th, 8:50 a.m. High Court of Kurain. There's a protest being held inside the courthouse. A Defying Dragons protest. And of course the cops were roughing up the protesters. It's like any other country. 9:28, High Court of Kurain. Accused lobby. Complete chaos outside. Let's just say the Defying Dragon supporters demonstrating for Dirk's freedom have taken a very special interest in the outcome of today's trial. They look about ready to string us up if we lose. Trials here are pretty much like the ones back home, but with one major difference. The divination seance. The victim's final memories will become a matter for deliberation. I've heard about that, but they haven't stopped you from winning your cases here in Kurain. True, but it wasn't easy. Still, the memories of the dead are simply another piece of evidence. There's always a way to deal with them if your client is truly innocent. Well, I know Dirk is innocent, but... I have one more big secret. Apollo, in court tomorrow, you may find yourself faced with a truth that is difficult to accept. But I know you, and I know you can handle the truth no matter what it turns out to be. I know that because I believe in you. You're my son, after all. Dirk, what is that secret you're keeping? Hey, AJ. Here you go, just like I promised. Founder's Orb added to the court record. The Founder's Orb has appeared. The Founder's form has appeared from within. It seems only the Queen knows the Founder's real name. Thanks, Stats. Wait, weren't you arrested by the police yesterday? Yep, and I spent the night in the slammer. I had a fine meal, a shower, even a bed. What more could I ask for? Ha 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 ha! That actually sounds way better than where we're staying. Just remember, AJ, if Dirk's found guilty today, we'll all probably be found guilty under the Defense Culpability Act, too. Yeah, Nayuta said something to that effect. That witch Garan wants to take advantage of today to crush our revolution once and for all. The fate of the revolution and every Kurainese person rests on this trial. We're counting on you, AJ. We'll be fine! I'm gonna win this one, you'll see! The trial will begin shortly, Apollo. Let's make our way into the courtroom.
Right!
High Court of Khurain. Day 1. Court is now in session. All rise!
Let the trial of Dirk Sadmadi begin.
Hello, Jace Harmon. How you doing today? Thanks for stopping by.
The defense is ready, Your Honor.
The prosecution is ready, Your Majesty.
So it's really come down to this. Well, don't expect me to hold anything back, Nayuta. This trial will examine both the murder of Justice Minister Inga Karkul Khurain and the assassination of the former queen, Amara Sigatar Khurain. First, I believe we should address the murder of Minister Inga. Would that be acceptable, Prosecutor Sadmadi? Prosecutor Sadmadi?
Yes, of course. Please proceed.
What's with him? Oh, very unlike you, Prosecutor. Is your mind elsewhere this day?
Not at all, Your Majesty.
Are you really going to be able to go through with this, Nayuta? Well, Prosecutor Sadmadi, I would be remiss if I failed to voice a concern of mine. I have heard mention that you are son to the accused, Dirk Sadmadi.
You have heard true. Does that fact pose some sort of a problem, Your Majesty?
A father being prosecuted by his own son? Could one possibly deliberate such a case without having personal feelings intervene?
Yes, without question.
Can he really handle this? Even if it is Prosecutor Sadmadi going against his own father, it's just... How can the son of a criminal even be a prosecutor in the first place? Dirk?
Fellow citizens, you would do well not to underestimate my son. He's not one to allow personal feelings to interfere with the execution of his duty. Isn't that right, Nayuta? I will not stop until my work here is done. See? So all you doubters just sit back down before you trip over your own stupidity. Ha 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 ha!
The accused will not take the stand without first being summoned. In any case, if Prosecutor Sadmadi has no issue with this arrangement, then let us commence the deliberations.
Objection!
Not Amara. Garan! One moment, if you would.
Your Eminence.
Your Eminence, what brings you here?
Your Majesty, it would appear that Prosecutor Sadmadi does indeed have some reservations.
No, that's not true.
Did you truly believe you could deceive me, Nayuta Sadmadi? One should hold no reservations if one is to stand on these hallowed funerary grounds.
I have none, Your Eminence.
No, it is clear we cannot leave this matter to you. Ugh. We shall handle the prosecution of enemy of the crown, Dirk Sadmadi, personally. But remain by our side and bear witness to how a true prosecutor enforces the law.
Excuse me, but is the Queen going to prosecute the case? Is that, kosher?
There is no need for concern. Before we were crowned Queen, we served as a prosecutor.
Really? As a foreigner, your ignorance can be excused. But know this, the prosecutor in charge of the Queen Amara assassination case 23 years ago was none other than Her Eminence, Queen Garan Sigatar Khurain. First, Your Majesty, and now this. Why doesn't anyone ever tell me these things?
I'd heard she served as a Minister of Justice, but she was also a prosecutor?
I'm guessing she probably moved up the ladder from prosecutor to Justice Minister.
We prosecuted that case 23 years ago, but no verdict was ever rendered. We had one guilty verdict in every case until then, for no lawyer could stand up to us.
Nah, I'm good, Jace. But thank you very much for offering to provide me more information on that.
I am at a loss for words. To think I would once more bear witness to Her Eminence at work in the Hall of Justice.
Our first trial in 23 years. No quarter shall be given to criminals. We shall prosecute them with all our might.
Damn! She got her titties out.
Oh, what a magnificent sight! The Queen's attire from her prosecutor days. To think we would get to see it once more. What the? That's Queen Garan?
Talk about an extreme makeover.
It's all coming back now. The feel of my blood pumping through my veins. Woe to you, O enemies of Kurayin, for I shall personally slice, dice, and grind you up into hog feed.
I don't suppose I can ask her to roll back to her polite, pre-makeover personality.
Know this, lawyer.
Yes?
Now that I stand as prosecutor, consider your defense's bench a headsman's scaffold. If you wish to leave any last words, I advise you to start thinking of them now. While you still have a head with which to think, that is.
Meep, she's dead serious.
Now, it is time for the divination seance. Rafa, come forth.
Your benevolence. Thank you for gracing us with your presence. Your benevolence? I understand it may be difficult for you, but may we proceed with the divination seance?
Yes, let us proceed.
Forgive me for asking, but are you feeling physically unwell? If so, I would advise you to avoid any undue exertion.
Your benevolence?
What's wrong? It's like her mind's anywhere but here.
A lot's happened since yesterday. On top of the murder of her beloved father, she found out that he'd been planning a coup. And today she'll have to experience his death through his own eyes.
Yeah, that would be enough to shake anyone up.
Still, it seems like she's worse off today than she was yesterday.
Yeah, I don't remember her being this depressed.
We must speak with our child. It is a mother's duty to discipline her child, after all. Now, if you would excuse us.
Discipline? Coming from her, I don't like the sound of that at all. Wait. Garan didn't do something to her, did she? Your Eminence, about today's divination seance. As I understand it, the prosecution has yet to review its content. Is this deviation from protocol a part of your plan?
Prosecutor Sadmadi, would you care to explain your actions?
Your Eminence, the accused was caught at the scene of the crime. Therefore, I deemed no seance would be necessary for such a clear-cut case.
You and your bleeding heart. You seek to spare Rafa the trauma of witnessing her father's death. Is that why you have done this?
No, not at all.
You were concerned for me, Prosecutor Sadmadi?
That's oddly compassionate of him, all things considered.
Your Eminence, your Majesty, regardless of what is best for her benevolence, this case is blessed with a bounty of incontrovertible evidence. So I believed we could reach a swift verdict without devoting precious time to a seance.
You have a point. Personally, I would like to spare her benevolence any undue misery. Experiencing the murder of a loved one is a burden no one should have to bear.
Prosecutor Sadmadi, your Majesty, can this trial truly proceed without a divination seance?
I can't blame her for not wanting to experience her father's murder firsthand. Your Eminence, what are your feelings on the matter? Shall we have her benevolence return home for some much-needed rest?
We shall not. You fools spoil her with your feckless words of compassion. Listen well, Wafa. You have spoken time and time again about how grown-up you are now. Yes, but... So let us see if the royal priestess has truly come into her own. Are you prepared to fulfill your duty and perform the divination seance as you should? Yes. That's better. See? Problem solved.
Poor Rafa.
Poor Rafa. Is this really a good idea?
I guess we'll see.
Very well. Let us begin the divination seance. Nina, my robe. Oh!
Looks like Naina's still missing.
It's been a whole day already. Barbed head.
Yes?
You removed my robe.
What? Why me?
Don't keep her benevolence waiting now, Mr. Wright. Can't you see she's ready to begin?
Great. I've been reduced to royal robe remover.
It's like she's grooming Mr. Wright to be Naina's replacement. Very well, Your Benevolence. Please start when you're ready.
Come, Rafa. You know what must be done. There is no turning back now.
I know. The final memories of the deceased. This should be interesting.
O Holy Mother, we hold this divination seance in your name. Let the eyes of everyone here be clear, and our ears be unstopped. O dance of devotion, guide the victim's soul to me, so that we may receive their final memories in the pool of souls.
Puff, 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 puff. Your Benevolence! What's wrong?
This is unacceptable.
The bailiff, take her Benevolence to the first aid station at once. This is not good.
I wonder what happened.
Your Eminence, do you have any idea why her Benevolence collapsed so suddenly?
It seems she was not ready for what the deceased was to reveal. It overwhelmed her. Her inexperience and immaturity left her ill-prepared to face her father's death. And she said she could go through with it. How very disappointing.
I know someone who's not winning Mother of the Year, ever. I mean, of course Rafa's going to be overwhelmed. She's still just a child.
It seems we have no choice but to move on to witness testimony. Your Majesty?
Oh, yes. Let us proceed. Bailiff, summon the first witness, if you would.
The first witness is Dirk?
Is this not the accused?
It is indeed. I thought I would give him the opportunity to plead his case. For true justice is more than a unilateral presentation of the facts by the prosecution.
That seems uncharacteristically fair of her.
However, should the accused fail to produce convincing testimony, he, along with his cabal of traitorous lawyers, shall immediately be found guilty, and their heads will roll from their shoulders.
What? I should have known there was a catch.
Your court, your rules. Same as it always was, I see, Garan.
Now then, Mr. Dirksad Mahdi, if you could enlighten us as to what happened?
Well, I would, if I could.
Witness testimony. Dirk explains himself.
I was struck by a sudden dizziness the moment I entered the tomb. The next thing I knew, I was standing there with a bloody knife in my hand, and lying right in front of me was Inga, dead as a doornail. I have no recollection of what happened in the interim, but I didn't kill him. At least, I don't think I did. It'd go against everything I believe in.
That's terrible testimony.
That didn't explain squat.
For the record, let it be known that the accused's fingerprints were all over the murder weapon. And since he was caught in the act, there was no chance for a third party to tamper with it.
Well, that certainly seems to point the finger at you, Mr. Sadmadi.
Even as a lawyer, I have to agree with you there, Your Majesty. Ha 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 ha!
Seriously, Dirk, this is no laughing matter.
This is exactly what Garan wanted. To have Dirk try to plead his case only to fail miserably.
How low can she go?
Prosecutor, behold this most unpleasant of spectacles and let it be etched into your soul. See how instead of accepting the inevitable, those fish-brained lawyers flounder and flop themselves straight into the abyss of despair.
Yes, Your Eminence. Show me the way.
Now then, would the defense please begin their cross-examination?
Cross-examination. Dirk explains himself.
I was struck by a sudden dizziness the moment I entered the tomb.
Hold it!
You were struck by a sudden dizziness. Was it because of an illness? Is that something that has ever happened to you before?
Can't say that it has. Maybe age is catching up with me. I'm no spring chicken after all.
That's not the issue here.
A most cunning excuse, one benefiting an insidious insurgent.
Oh?
A killer who does not recall his crime. How very convenient. Next, I imagine you will plead insanity. You aim to seek a lesser sentence through excuses and subterfuge, do you not?
Don't make me laugh, Your Malevolence.
How dare you?
I'm merely stating my innocence. I've no intention of offering excuses. It's your baseless speculation I would decry as foolish. You deceitful witch.
Is it your wish that I should claim your head right now, in this very hall?
Well, that would certainly speed things along. Ha 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 ha!
Hold it!
Dirk, why don't you let me handle it from here? And if there's anything you need to say, you can say it through me, okay? Anything to stop you from needling the queen.
Next time you have an objection, you'd better have some proof to go with it, Dirk.
The accused will continue with what he does recall of the crime.
The next thing I knew, I was standing there with a bloody knife in my hand.
Hold it!
Do you recall anyone putting the knife in your hand, Dirk?
Wish I could say I did, but I don't remember a thing from before I came to. You think there might have been a third party in the tomb, son?
Yeah, because if you didn't do it, then the real killer must have been there with you.
Objection!
You called, Your Eminence?
Does she go anywhere without those goons?
Was there a third party in the tomb when you were searching it?
No, Your Eminence. We searched high and low, but found no one of the sort.
And there you have it. Oh, right. They did search the place. Furthermore, my guards had the entire tomb surrounded, so there was no way for anyone to escape.
That's right. No one got in or out without our knowledge. Her Eminence's on-site directives were absolutely flawless.
Ugh.
Do you see now? The presence of a third party is beyond the realm of possibility. The tomb was, for all intents and purposes, completely sealed off from the rest of the world.
What a waste of time.
How can it be any more obvious? Dirk must be the killer.
Thanks for nothing, gallery guy. As if our graves weren't already deep enough.
Accused, what do you believe about the possible presence of a third party?
Well, based on the situation you presented, I'd say the chances are slim to none.
You didn't have to agree with her, Dirk.
Let the accused's statement be added to his testimony.
Very well, Mr. Sadmadi, if you would. It's like the more we press, the thinner our case gets.
Well, let's keep pressing and maybe we'll work out the wrinkles in it too.
The possibility of a third party being there in the tomb is probably non-existent.
Hold it!
We can't prove you innocent without at least a possibility that a third party was there.
Find the possible in the impossible, son. That's just what a lawyer's got to do sometimes. Isn't that right? Right?
Who, me? Yeah, you could say that. I've seen more than my fair share of trials like that. They'd start with no viable evidence, useful testimony, or any hope of winning. But through cold sweat, desperation, and a little luck, I always managed to pull them off.
Right. I can see we are kindred spirits, you and I. Ha 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 ha!
Geez, taking cases like that must shave years off your life.
Ha ha ha! If that were true, I'd be long dead.
Find the possible in the impossible. Can I prove that it was at least possible that there was a third party there? Dirk, what did you see at the scene of the crime?
Let's see, I came to... And lying right in front of me was Inga, dead as a doornail.
Hold it!
You stated that he was as dead as a doornail. How can you be so sure?
It's pretty easy to spot the difference between a soulless man and the soulless shell of a man. His complexion and the amount of blood at the scene made it obvious which it was.
Watch your words, or you shall join Minister Inga much sooner than expected. You can bow your head before him and seek his forgiveness there, in the Twilight Realm. If you still have a head to bow, that is.
You bloodthirsty spider! What happened to you? There was still a little love in your heart 23 years ago. You even used to think of me as a brother.
It seems you truly do have a death wish.
Ha 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 ha! Is that really all you've got?
Dirk, I'm begging you. Enough of the lip. Just deliver your testimony. Please.
Alright, alright. I'll try, but I can't promise anything. I've no recollection of what happened in the interim.
Hold it!
A day's passed since the murder. Haven't you remembered anything in that time?
My memory is a complete blank. It's as if that part of my brain has been scooped right out.
How very convenient. But even if you've no memory of the event, your guilt is without question. There is nothing more to debate.
You're forgetting one thing, Guran. I have no motive.
You lead a band of insurgents that seeks to overthrow the government. I would say that alone is motive enough to slay our kings as Minister of Justice.
I've declared countless times that I lead a bloodless revolution. I forbid violence and murder, even if some younger members may have a thirst for blood.
A bloodless revolution? He wouldn't really have a motive in that case. Is that an important statement?
Yes, it is.
That was an important statement. I'd like my client to add it to his testimony. Very well then. The accused will please do as the defense has requested.
I don't have a motive for killing Inga. After all, me and my ilk seek a bloodless revolution.
A bloodless revolution? Could you be more specific?
I'm talking about dragging this pompous prosecutor here off her bloody throne. So go ahead, Guran. Act all high and mighty now, because it's the last chance you'll get.
You still speak of rebellion despite the charges against you? You truly are a fool. I will prove your guilt soon enough, and display your head for all of Kurain to see. People will forever speak of you, not as a revolutionary, but as the terrorist you are.
You're mistaken, your maleficence. It will be you the people will speak of, as the tyrant who was overthrown by our own people.
I wonder if you will still be spewing such nonsense before the headsman's axe.
Ha 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 ha! I'm afraid I'll still be like this in the afterlife, despot.
I know that self-restraint is as foreign as apple pie to Dirk, but I'd really rather go home than to the Twilight Realm after this.
But I didn't kill him. At least I don't think I did. It'd go against everything I believe in.
Can you say that you didn't kill him more definitively?
How can I when I have no memory of what happened?
Well, can you at least state whether or not you are a murderer?
That I can do. I am not a murderer, and I would never kill anyone, no matter the circumstances.
And do you have any evidence to support your claim that you did not kill the minister?
Evidence? No, can't say I do.
In that case, you will strike the statement "I didn't kill him" from your testimony.
Wait, you can't just discard testimony like that. I mean, I'm the one cross-examining the defendant and all.
Hold your prattling tongue, foreign devil. I am the queen of this kingdom. And the queen is the law. As such, I need not follow the laws that are in place. I can make and break them at will.
Henceforth, the accused will refrain from stating I didn't kill him.
What?
Sir, whatever. It's the Garand show after all. Same as always. Though, I guess there's no evidence that proves I didn't kill him either.
Hold it!
Dirk, leave the evidence finding to me. Now please, will you stop agreeing with everything the prosecution says?
Alright, I'll stick to the facts from now on. But remember, son, if you truly believe in me, you should be able to prove my innocence. I know you can do it.
He believes I'll prove him innocent. Even with all these inconvenient truths? Is that what he's saying?
I think Dirk might be onto something. Even the most disadvantageous facts may point the way to the truth. So don't ignore them. Think of them as food for thought.
Don't worry, I know. The worst of times are when lawyers have to force their biggest smiles. I need to remember that, no matter how difficult the facts may be to deal with.
If only we could establish the possibility of a third party.
But does the possibility itself even exist?
You don't have a choice. Proving it exists is the only way to start a real dialogue here.
Objection!
Your Eminence, I'm afraid this trial will not go exactly as you anticipated, because I can show how there might have been a third party in that tomb.
Oh, how very fascinating. Go on. I do so love a good fairy tale.
We did a luminol test at the crime scene, and we found a bloodstain that didn't match the Justice Minister's blood. I will remind you that neither Dirk nor Miss Faye were injured during the incident. The thing is, this bloodstain we found had been wiped up by someone.
What's this?
But who would have done such a thing? That's the big question, isn't it? Who wiped up the blood and why? Think about it logically. It must be someone who wanted to conceal their presence at the scene of the crime.
Oh, and to whom do you suppose the bloodstain might belong?
The bloodstain belongs to the real killer. The bloodstain belongs to the real killer, of course. Whoever it was, they were probably shot while they were attacking Minister Inga. And since their blood would give them away, they had to wipe it up. I say this because we know for a fact that the Justice Minister fired his gun in the tomb.
Objection!
You have the memory of a flea. There was nowhere for anyone to hide. This, too, is a known fact.
Objection!
But a bloodstain from a third party means there must have been someone hiding there.
Very well, then. Tell me this. Where was this third party hiding?
Oh,
The crime scene was thoroughly searched after it was discovered. So if there was a hiding place, it would have to be somewhere no one would dare to look.
Somewhere no one would dare look? Let's have your answer, defense. Now, where could a third party have hidden?
The sarcophagus, because it's empty.
Take that!
There's one place no one would search, not even the Queen's Royal Guard. And that would be inside Queen Amara's sarcophagus. Even now, it's locked up tight. No one would find you if you hid in there. I'm told that it's temperature controlled to preserve the mummy within. But if someone dressed warmly enough, they could withstand the cold for a short time. This is sacrilege. Surely the perpetrator of such a foul deed would be cursed. But that's just it. The killer knew everyone would be too scared to open the sarcophagus.
True. The guards were so scared of being cursed, they wouldn't even touch it.
And when the coast was clear, the killer made a quick escape from within their frigid confines. Well, now, that does sound like a plausible method of evading capture.
The defense requests
a DNA test on the bloodstain. And then we'll see just who the real killer is.
Such insolence!
Bow your head and kneel, lawyer. So your head may be parted from your shoulders.
Huh? But the trial's not even over.
Ah! How soon you forget. You are already on the headsman's scaffold. As such, I could order your beheading at any moment.
All I did was request a DNA test.
There is no need to request such a test. Royal Guard, bring it forth now.
Here you are, Your Eminence.
The police have already identified the source of the bloodstain. The DNA test revealed
that the bloodstain is of the traitor, Dirk Sadmadi.
What? But Dirk wasn't injured, so where did his blood come from?
Maybe he coughed it up?
Dirk's illness. Still, there was a lot of blood. Could he have really coughed up that much? And did he wipe it up to hide his failing health? Dirk, is it really that bad?
Oh shoot, you got me.
Mysterious bloodstain updated in the court record. A bloodstain from Amara's tomb. Analysis reveals that it's Dirk's blood. Pay attention, Horned Devil, for this case has already been solved. You claimed that this bloodstain would lead us to the real killer, did you not?
About that.
Did you or did you not make that claim of your own volition, Defense?
Yes, I did.
After she steered you in that direction, that is.
Ugh, I fell right into her trap.
Do you see now the folly in opposing the very embodiment of the law? Whatever you say or do shall come to no avail. A third party at the scene of the crime? It's beyond the realm of possibility.
No!
Praise be for Queen Garan. Her Eminence's legal tactics are beyond compare.
I hate to say this, but she really got us good. The key to Amara's sarcophagus is under the protection of the royal family. My husband and I are the only ones who could open it. Therefore, it would be impossible for some knave to open it.
Can I really discount the sarcophagus as a hiding place, though? What if the real killer is still in there? No, that's just ridiculous.
I believe we have rebels and sympathizers in the gallery today. It is to you I speak. Have you been listening? Dirk Sadmadi, the one who proclaimed a bloodless revolt, has betrayed your cause by resorting to murder.
No, it can't be. Dirk would never.
There must be some kind of mistake.
The Defiant Dragons and their sympathizers are starting to have doubts.
So this is why Garan allowed us to cross-examine Dirk. By establishing his guilt in Inga's murder, she's effectively damaged his reputation among those who support him.
True, but now we have an even bigger problem.
And now, filthy lawyers, you will honor your end of the bargain. Accept your guilty verdict for your failure to explain your client's actions.
Gulp. Huh?
Now, I shall pass judgment upon the criminal, Dirk Sadmadi.
What's this? You shall pass judgment. But your eminence, is that not my role?
Hold your tongue. You are but a figurehead before me, the embodiment of law.
Penny to just redeemed high.
Hello, Penny TV. Thank you for the follow. I really appreciate it. Hope you've been having fun so far in the stream. Consider yourself dismissed. As Queen of Karayin, I shall now pass judgment upon the accused. Guilty.
Objection!
Wait. You didn't even give me a chance to rebut.
Know when you are defeated, lawyer. But just this once, I am willing to show you the depths of my compassion. Tell me why I should allow these proceedings to continue. Come, convince me.
Quick, Apollo.
Even if you have to bluff, we've got to keep the trial going. Show her that the crime could have been committed by a third party.
How am I supposed to do that?
Why don't you start with, how about the timing of Inga's murder?
What?
This whole case is built on a single premise. That Inga was murdered after Dirk entered the tomb. But what if that's not true?
Like if our assumptions are all wrong? It just might work. Well, don't keep us waiting, defense. Dirk became the prime suspect because it didn't seem probable that there was a third party at the scene of the crime. But there is another question we should ask ourselves at this time. Was Minister Inga really killed after Dirk entered the tomb?
What nonsense is this?
Setting aside the assumption that the murder occurred after Dirk arrived on the scene, opens up the possibility of a third party committing the crime. The question before us is, when was Minister Inga really killed?
Before Dirk entered the tomb.
Isn't it possible that Before Dirk even set foot in the tomb, Minister Inga was already dead? That would certainly make the possibility of a third party more probable.
Why, of course. I fell unconscious right after I entered the tomb. Even if I hadn't, I wouldn't have had a clear line of sight to his body from the entrance. Which means...
You wouldn't have noticed his body either way. This scenario is entirely possible. And so we can't rule out the possibility of a third person committing the crime. I see. Well, that certainly does make sense. So far, so good. This might actually work.
Very well. I shall play along with whatever little game you have knocking around in that tiny mind. I was starting to get quite bored of all this. I could do with a distraction.
Yes!
Let us hear some testimony that will shed light on when exactly the minister was slain. Bailiff, summon Rafa. Surely she has recovered by now.
But what about me? Don't I serve a purpose anymore? I hope you're feeling better, Your Benevolence.
Must I perform the divination seance?
What? Oh, no. We merely require your testimony this time.
How can my testimony be of any value?
Your Benevolence?
Princess Rafa seems awfully depressed. After what she's been through, summoning her again is like rubbing salt in the wound. Being unable to perform the seance was probably the last straw.
I hope she doesn't pass out again.
Prosecutor Sadmadi, may I ask you something?
Of course, Your Benevolence.
I've been meaning to ask you this since yesterday. Did you know about Queen Amara? And about me?
From where did you hear such a thing?
From Mother, and only yesterday.
Rafa was carrying on about telling the truth to the people, so I told her what the truth really was, for it is up to a mother to discipline her child.
I see. Be that as it may, Your Benevolence, it has no bearing upon our trial here today, so there is no need to let it trouble you.
I know.
Garan told Rafa about something other than Amara's status?
Sounds like it, but what could it be?
Rafa, your defense has proposed something preposterous. They say somehow think your father was already dead when Dirk entered the tomb. But I believe you can prove them wrong. Are you prepared to do what is required of you?
Yes, I am ready to testify.
Very well then, Your Benevolence. Your testimony, if you please.
Witness testimony. What Rafa witnessed.
On the day of the murder, I was gazing upon the courtyard from my second floor veranda. Around 2:30 p.m., I saw my father headed for Amara's tomb. Then, at about 2:45, I saw Barb's head and company enter the courtyard. I saw no one go in or out of the tomb after my father entered at about 2:30.
Your second floor veranda? Oh, she must be talking about that house facing Inga's private residence. So that's the location from which you saw your father? At about 2:30?
Yes, and shortly after that, you people arrived at the royal residence.
So, after the minister entered Amara's tomb at around 2:30, no one went in or out of there until the murder was discovered?
The tomb is close to outsiders, so no one could have snuck in before the murder. That rules out any possibility of a third party lying in wait to slay my poor husband.
Or so she'd like us to believe.
Now hear me, you useless lawyer. Cease this charade and bow before me, for I, Queen of Goran, shall finally have your head.
Forgive me, Your Eminence, but first, let us allow the defense to question the witness.
Cross-examination. What Rafa witnessed.
On the day of the murder, I was gazing upon the courtyard from my second floor veranda.
Hold it!
You say you'd been watching the courtyard until we arrived, correct? That seems like an awfully long time.
There is much that weighs on my mind.
I see. She really does sound troubled.
I don't think she ever fully recovered from the previous trial.
Your benevolence. As Crown Princess, you are destined to rule this kingdom one day. That means there will be many things that you alone must determine. Things like how to keep your people happy, and what is true and what is false. And most importantly, what role you must play therein. I wonder if I'm even up to the task.
I guess it's not easy being a princess. Your benevolence? I'd be happy to lend an ear if you'd ever like to talk.
What would you know of my woes? Do not presume to exceed your station in life.
Sheesh, teenagers. Your benevolence, what did you witness from your veranda?
Well, around 2:30 p.m., I saw my father heading for Amara's tomb.
Did your father seem different or troubled in any way?
Let me think. Oh, there was one unusual thing.
There was?
Yes, a shriek emanated from within my father's quarters. After which I witnessed him bolt outside, his countenance drained of its usual color.
He screamed and he was looking pale? What do you suppose happened?
I know not. Perhaps he had a bad dream?
Maybe it was a nightmare about being raked over the coals by the queen.
It seems our young lawyer here wishes to hasten his journey to the Twilight Realm.
Sorry, that was rude of me. Does the defense believe the witness's last statement to be important?
I believe it is.
I would like the witness to add it to her testimony.
My father let out a scream and came dashing out of his room, his face pale.
And why do you think he screamed? Was he surprised by someone who didn't belong there? Did anyone else come out?
I didn't see anyone else, just my father.
That last statement was seriously lacking in conviction. Should I press her on this?
Be nice and leave it be. Press softly.
Your benevolence.
Yes?
This incident was a real shock to us all. It must have been really terrible for you, but I want to let you know I know how you feel.
But please stop. You presume too much.
It's times like these that you need something to take your mind off things. How about we all go on a picnic together or something?
I need no sympathy from you. Go on your little picnic alone, hornhead.
Well, that didn't go well.
Apollo, you have to take a more aggressive approach with people like her.
Yeah, he's probably right.
Now, back to my testimony.
Okay, let's press harder this time.
Your benevolence, let's have some details. The more the better.
Details, you say?
Yes. For example, are you sure you didn't see anyone in the royal residence before 2:30? Well, is that a yes or a no?
Eek! Foreign devil, I'd been gazing upon the courtyard since about 2 yesterday, yet I saw none other than my father. Oh, if only I had stopped him then. Sniffle.
I think you've struck a nerve, or rather obliterated one.
Maybe I pressed a little too hard, though that last statement seemed a little off somehow. So you didn't see anyone except your father in the courtyard after 2 p.m., huh? Please add that to your testimony, your benevolence.
I had been gazing upon the courtyard since about 2, but my father was the only one I saw.
Is the royal residence always so empty?
Naturally. It is where the royal family lives, and we are few in number. Besides Nana and the little birds who visit, I have no one else to talk to.
Is there anything more stereotypically princessy than talking to birds? So Nana wasn't around at all yesterday?
It seems she was quite busy. I was all alone the entire day. It's been like that a lot lately.
Rafa doesn't go to school, so she probably doesn't have any close friends. She must lead a rather solitary life.
I guess being a princess isn't all it's cracked up to be.
Rafa, I shall buy you a new servant. I don't want you to buy me a servant like some sort of pet. I want Nana.
I'm beginning to see why Rafa turned out like she did. Your benevolence, please tell us about what happened after you saw your father.
Well, it was around 2:30 when I saw him heading for the tomb. Then, at about 2:45, I saw Barbed Head and company enter the courtyard.
Hold it!
2:45. Yes, I believe that's around when we arrived. Mr. Wright, Athena, Dirk, and I were running toward the tomb.
Yes, I was taken aback, as we don't normally see commoners in the palace courtyard. Even more shocking was that Dirk, a wanted man, was with you.
Yeah, I suppose so.
I thought the villainous leader of the Defying Dragons was here with his minions, because it was, you know, time for a revolution.
I think you've been watching too much of that TV show.
I have already banned its broadcast for containing content unsuitable for our kingdom. Besides, the actress playing Rafa looked nothing like her. I can't have my subjects feeling so disappointed when they see the real Rafa. Mother! Why are you so cruel to me? Are you so ashamed? Once I am all grown up, I shall be just as full-figured as that actress.
She's placing all her hopes on one final growth spurt.
For her sake, I hope it's in her DNA.
I suppose you could always hope for a miracle. Ooh, I'll show you! I shall double my milk intake and grow up big and strong!
There, your benevolence. I think you're fine just the way you are. Now, may I ask that you continue with your testimony?
I wish I could grow up faster. I saw no one go in or out of the tomb after my father entered at about 2:30.
Hold it!
Is it possible you missed seeing someone pass through?
No, my veranda has a commanding view of the entire grounds, and I saw no one.
But that doesn't seem right somehow.
Do not underestimate my daughter. She may be lacking elsewhere, but her eyes are the finest. Lacking elsewhere?
Talk about a mother I'd never wish on my worst enemy.
She needs Nana now more than ever. Rafa didn't see anybody in the royal residence around area about after 2 p.m.
That's a really long time to just look at a courtyard.
She was probably lost in thought. She's at the age where I'm sure she's got a lot on her mind.
Objection!
Your benevolence. You're covering for someone, aren't you?
Huh? Ooh, I don't know what you're talking about.
Sorry, Rafa, but you're not gonna like this. Well, the thing is, I have a statement here that you might find interesting. It's from a witness who claims that, around 2 p.m., his dog got loose and ran into the palace courtyard. That's when the little fellow stole this hat from someone.
Ah, that's Nana's. I mean, nothing, never mind.
You fool of a daughter.
It seems the princess made a blunder.
So let me get this straight. This is Nana's hat, which means she had to have been in the royal residence at around 2. If so, then you had to have seen Nana sometime after 2 p.m. yesterday.
Oh, no!
Please, your benevolence, tell us what you really saw.
It is as you say, Hornhead. I saw Nana. And I saw that dingbat dog steal her hat from her in front of my father's residence.
I knew it. Why didn't you say so in the first place?
But because, my mother told me not to.
What? Would you care to explain, your eminence?
I requested she withhold some information, for it is of no relevance to this case.
Objection!
You don't get to decide.
Such insolence!
If you disagree, then prove that it is relevant to the case at hand.
Oh, I will. Your benevolence, please tell us everything you witnessed when you saw Nana.
All right. When I saw that dingbat dog attack Nana, I ran to help. I raced from my second-floor veranda down into the courtyard.
Wait. That means that while you were coming down, you took your eyes off the courtyard.
Yes, but only for a moment.
This is crucial testimony. If you took your eyes off the courtyard, it means somebody else could have entered the tomb without you ever knowing.
Ah!
Your benevolence, are you sure no one else was there?
Yes.
She's hiding something again. What about Nana? Were you able to help her?
Well, when I got down to the courtyard, she was gone.
Gone?
Yes, and I never saw her again after that.
Any idea what happened?
That dingbat dog must have gobbled her up.
I seriously doubt that. But how could Nana simply disappear while Rafa wasn't looking? Rafa must know something. The only question is what?
Why Shadow was in the courtyard, we know this. Where Nana disappeared to, why Nana disappeared.
Why do you suppose Nana disappeared? Even an educated guess would help.
For example,
maybe she got fed up with you acting like a spoiled child. You know, something like that.
such impudence. Nana would not leave me merely for acting spoiled.
You're not even gonna deny your behavior? In any case, it seems I was wrong. Moving right along. Rafa must know something. The only question is, what? Where Nana disappeared to? Do you have any idea where Nana disappeared to?
What do you mean?
Well, during the time you took your eyes off the courtyard, someone could have headed into the tomb. And it just so happens that Nana disappeared right at that moment.
No.
Wait, you think Nana had something to do with the murder?
I don't think we can rule it out. It sounds like something had kept Nana occupied since the early morning. Plus, she was seen right before the murder and then seemed to vanish into thin air.
You're right. And since she's Rafa's attendant, she could come and go as she pleased within the palace grounds.
Could Rafa's attendant really be the killer? That would mean...
First my father, and now Nana? These were the people I trusted most. How could this be?
Do not heed their lies. Lawyers are a foul breed, quick to claim that a third party is to blame for a crime. Nana did not enter the tomb, that much is certain.
How can you be so sure?
When Nana's hat was stolen, that crazed cur spilled an urn full of water upon my husband's doorstep. Is that not right, Rafa?
Yes it is. While that dingbat dog was tugging on Nana's hat, it tipped over the urn.
The bottoms of her shoes would have been soaked with water, and if she had truly headed into the tomb with wet shoes, she would have left shoe prints along the way. But the only shoe prints to be found belonged to my husband, Inga.
Huh? Then...
That's right. Nana never did go into the tomb that day. Instead, she entered my husband's private quarters.
How do you know?
It's quite simple. Shoe prints were discovered in Inga's private quarters. Shoe prints that belonged to Nana. That's right. Edgeworth and I did see some shoe prints in there.
Now do you understand? Nana could not possibly have gone into the tomb. And that supposed third person at the crime scene is but a figment of your imagination.
Ugh!
Another glorious seduction! All hail the genius that is her eminence, Queen Garan! Bow down before her glory, witless lawyer!
Could those guys fanboy any harder? But is it really true? Did Nana not go into the tomb?
Excuse me, but...
Mr. Wright?
Your benevolence, what time was it when that dog attacked Nana?
I believe it was about 2:15 p.m.
I see. Paulo, if Nana entered Inga's private quarters at around 2:15, and Inga came racing out at around 2:30, pale-faced and screaming, then...
Oh, I know what you're getting at. Yes, that might explain his scream. Would the defense please share their theory regarding Justice Minister Inga's scream? Certainly, Your Majesty. Minister Inga screamed because
he had a bad dream. He saw a ghost. Okay, I'm picking this option.
Maybe he saw a ghost. Maybe even a bunch of ghosts, like from all the people he sends to death.
Ghosts? Really?
Sure, and they'll be back tonight. The spirits of the dead unable to rest in peace.
Ad starts in 1 minute.
Eek!
If you're not careful, Your Benevolence, they might curse you too.
So stop, please. I'll never be able to sleep again.
You seem awfully frightened for a princess who communes with spirits.
Apollo, don't you think your teeth are enough? Come on, let's think this one over again.
You're right. Minister Inga screamed because he had a bad dream. He must have had a bad dream.
What sort of a dream could cause my father to let out such a howl?
Maybe he dreamt of you becoming a juvenile delinquent?
What?
Dyeing your hair purple, chasing him around on a motorcycle, stuff like that.
Excuse me?
That would freak out any parent, that's for sure. But would it change anything we know about this case?
Guess not. Let's try that again.
Okay, be right back. Ad break for Twitch starts in a few moments. That means I take my break. Bye-bye. See you later. Welcome back. He was attacked by Nana.
Maybe he was attacked by Nana. This would make the Justice Minister's private quarters the real scene of the crime.
Does your idiocy know no bounds? The minister's body was found in the tomb. Or are you suggesting that the body was moved?
Do I think the minister was moved from his private quarters? I think the possibility exists. Considering the fact that the body was found in the tomb, I'd say there is a possibility.
What utter nonsense. Rafa had been watching the courtyard. Yet you would suggest that someone could have transported the body unnoticed?
You have a point there. In that case, I'd say there's no way that the body was moved. After all, there was an awful lot of blood in the tomb.
I understand if the scream was in reaction to Nana's attack, but Inga died in the tomb.
We need to explain how those two realities coincide. How are we supposed to do that? Oh, maybe. Maybe where he was stabbed and where he died were two completely different locations.
What do you mean?
It's just, let's look at this as simply as possible. If the minister's body wasn't moved, he might have been stabbed by Nana in his private quarters, but then died in the tomb. I see. On the other hand, that seems plausible, but on the other, it seems decidedly implausible.
Prosecutor Sanmadi, what is that fool babbling on about now? And why has his voice changed? Is this a riddle from one of those fortune cookies Americans seem so fond of?
Perhaps, but I believe he himself does not know what he means to say. In all likelihood, it was a poor attempt to confuse us. We should simply ignore him.
Objection!
I wasn't finished yet, so hold off on the analysis, would you? The autopsy report never stated that the minister's death was instantaneous, so he could have conceivably moved from one place to another after being stabbed.
Oh my, are you sure?
Are you suggesting he ran all the way to the tomb with a knife sticking out of his back?
Well, yes, that's the gist of it. In short, Minister Inga saw Nana with a knife, let out a scream, and then, when he turned his back to her to flee...
Right, and that's when he was stabbed from behind. Well, Your Majesty, does my theory hold water?
Such insolence!
How dare you bore me like this?
Huh?
You are a humorless moron, spewing an endless stream of unamusing drivel.
I wasn't trying to be funny, Your Eminence.
Prosecutor, enlighten this ignorant clown in lawyer's clothing.
Your Eminence?
Ha! Nayuta!
You dull, slow-witted, putrid-minded lawyer. Perhaps you would be too stupid to notice you had been stabbed in the back, but a normal person would have noticed due to the excruciating pain.
Now hold on.
Allow me to teach you the meaning of pain.
Please stop!
Nayuta has a point. Normally most people would notice a dagger in their back.
Ow! Yeah, I doubt someone could ignore pain like this.
Still, in this case, it's the word normally that we should emphasize. Apollo, take another look at the court record.
Right. There must be something that explains this. There's a reason Inga didn't feel any pain, and the defense will submit evidence proving just that. Very well. Please present your evidence. Why didn't Justice Minister Inga notice that he had been stabbed?
Those are my father's painkiller shots.
The defense will explain the significance of this evidence. Minister Inga suffered from terrible back pain, so he often injected himself with this. We're told that one shot in the back would make all his pain go away. With this, it's easy to explain what happened. Don't tell me you didn't know about these, Your Eminence.
You can't mean.
Minister Inga was stabbed in the back,
close to where he usually injected the painkiller. Thanks for being so cool, Melody. Thank you, too!
Therefore, it's entirely possible that he hadn't noticed that he'd been stabbed.
What?
What's this? Then, are you suggesting Justice Minister Inga really ran off with a knife protruding from his back?
I am, Your Majesty. So then, when I saw my father, he had a knife sticking out of him? I mean, with that cape of his, I couldn't see his back very well.
Yes, the knife was there. It was just plunged in so deep you didn't notice it under the cape. Therefore, when you saw your father, he was already dead. Murdered by Nana in his private quarters.
Pokunka!
Holy Mother of Kurayin, are we dealing with the living dead here?
Well, technically, he wasn't dead yet.
I know it's hard to believe, but this is a plausible sequence of events. And once Minister Inga arrived at the tomb, he could have removed the knife and dropped dead from blood loss.
Nana killed my father? There must be some mistake. Yeah, the trial isn't over yet.
The defense would like to call Nana to the stand.
Objection!
You seek to drag an innocent old woman to the stand with no proof whatsoever?
Well, there's no real proof, but...
What a tangled web of expedient lies you weave.
You can no longer tell fact from fiction. Who or what shall I believe in now?
I'm sorry, Rafa. All I've done is confuse you. But I have a sneaking suspicion Nana's involved in this case one way or another.
Just when I thought we'd blown this case wide open.
Well, there's no turning back now.
You fool of a lawyer. I know why you are so desperate to prove the accused innocent.
You do?
Yes, because he faces public execution if proven guilty, as shall you, under the stipulations of the Defense Culpability Act. From the moment you accepted this case, you have had no choice but to fight for your lives.
No, the simple fact is I've always believed that Dirk is innocent.
Bah! Still you cling to your pretense? Very well, I shall offer you a bargain. If you would admit that the accused is guilty right here, right now, I shall overlook your crime of abetting him, and you will not be subject to execution.
Is this some sort of joke?
Far from it. As queen, I have the power to grant pardons, even to criminals like you. And with the wave of my hand, I can even reduce the severity of a sentence. Perhaps even for Dirk, should you be willing to cooperate. She wasn't kidding when she said that she's a law here. But to flaunt that power in our faces like that, that's just wrong. Forget all that has transpired in our kingdom, and return to your own country in peace. Well, will you abandon your defense of the accused and accept my generous offer?
If I don't take this deal, we'll be executed along with Dirk if he's found guilty. What should I do?
Continue the defense.
Nice try, Garan, but it looks like you don't know what justice is made of. We won't kowtow to threats like that, Your Eminence. Mr. Wright, I'm sorry, but I can't back down now. I don't want to drag you into this, so...
Don't worry, I'm with you, Apollo. To the bitter end, if need be. And while I can't say I'm used to it, this isn't exactly my first rodeo.
But if I'm found guilty, you'll get the death penalty too. Even knowing that, you still want to defend me?
I don't know what happened in the past, but it looks like everyone in this country considers lawyers to be liars. So I can understand if you don't believe me. But I still believe in you and your innocence. So all I have to do is keep believing and find the truth. That's all there is to it. So keep on fighting, Apollo. You'll hear no objections from me.
You nincompoops. You'll die if you lose this case. Why would you even entertain the notion of continuing?
I believe that Dirk is innocent. That's why. And besides, trials exist to give the truth a chance to get out into the open. You can't give up just because you're afraid of some punishment.
Even if that punishment is death? Does that not frighten you, Hornhead?
Who wouldn't be scared? I mean, just thinking about it makes me weak in the knees, to be honest. But as a lawyer, I have a duty to protect my clients. I can't just abandon that.
A duty you're willing to die for? And yet,
Duty. It's a heavy burden, all right. Rafa looks like she's really struggling.
Your benevolence. As Crown Princess, you are destined to rule this kingdom one day. That means there will be many things that you alone must determine. Things like how to keep your people happy, and what is true and what is false. And most importantly, what role you must play therein. I wonder if I'm even up to the task.
But it's no surprise, considering the torrent of painful truths she's had to face.
Very well then. If the defense is prepared to face the death sentence under the Defense Culpability Act, then I see no reason not to continue with the proceedings. But I must admit, I see no grounds for doubting the accused's guilt.
Unless the defense has further evidence that would indicate a different suspect.
Do we have anything like that?
Well, lawyer, do you have any new evidence you would care to present? Or shall I have the executioner start his preparations?
If she thinks I can't do this, she's got another thing coming. But first, I have some serious thinking to do.
I'd say that a new evidence indicating a different suspect does not exist. Such evidence does not exist. Just as I thought. I was so hoping you'd present meaningless evidence and allow me to claim your head. Glad I didn't walk headfirst into that one, then. So what now, Apollo? Well, unless we can prove that Nana killed Inga, this trial is over, and so are we. Isn't there still a way to get the proof we need? Even without evidence? You know, a key means of obtaining testimony here in Karayin? Huh? Wait, are you actually suggesting? It certainly won't be easy, but it's worth a try. Your Majesty. A crucial step in uncovering the truth behind this case is yet to be taken in this trial, but I'm positive that I can back up our claim with this one step. You mean you'll be able to prove that Nana killed Justice Minister Inga? And just how do you propose to do that? With the help of a certain someone. You need help? From someone? Well, I can't imagine who it could be. But I suppose I must ask. Whose help do you need to uncover the truth? You require help from that individual? No, what I'm saying is, let's all come together on this one. If we all think it through as a team, there's nothing we can't figure it out. We don't need to put our heads together to see how far you're reaching, Defense. Can't we just get along? There's something we've yet to confirm about this case, and to do that, we'll need... The defense will refrain from such tongue-wagging if he wishes to keep said tongue. Now then, whose help do you need to uncover the truth?
Emma? Nope, it wasn't that either. Nana?
Take that!
Okay, not Nana. Albie?
Take that!
Okay, not Albie. Maya?
Take that!
Not Maya. Okay, well, I just got a game over. Retry from this scene. Okay, it wasn't Athena. That's?
Take that!
Not that either. Dirk?
Take that!
Not Dirk either. Who is it?
Take that!
The dead. No. Oh my god, I'm just gonna look it up. Sometimes when I get stumped, I get really stumped. Rafa?
But that is...
Me?
Here in Karayin, legal proceedings include the viewing of the victim's final moments. But that requires your benevolence's help. Such information is just as vital as any other piece of conclusive evidence.
If you're right about this, Rafa's power should enable her to see the very moment Nina stabbed Inga.
It will be hard to watch your father's murder, but it's the only way to uncover the truth. Your benevolence, we need you and your power.
You need me?
Objection!
Wretched simpleton, did you not see what ensued in the previous attempt? You would only succeed in wasting more time, or is it your goal to make her collapse again?
Objection!
The princess said she was prepared earlier. Besides, it's her duty as a royal priestess. I'd say it's all up to her now.
Am I prepared? Prepared to fulfill my duty?
Isn't a divination seance required in all trials anyway?
If so, I imagine there'd be a problem with handing down a verdict without one.
Indeed, it would be problematic. Under Karainani's law, a seance must be conducted before a verdict can be rendered.
Such insolence!
Yikes! Must you try my patience so? If I must dispense with that vexing law, then dispense with it I shall.
Huh?
As ruling sovereign of Karain, I proclaim the following.
She's writing with her fucking fingernail.
Henceforth, the divination seance shall be optional.
What? She has the power to do that?
She just rewrote the law with a flourish of her hand.
Mother, I do not wish for the trial to end like this. It is as the defense said. I must not neglect my duty simply because I am afraid. I shall go through with it this time. I will conduct the seance once more.
Such insolence!
Rafa, do not be fooled by his lawyerly guile. You are not prepared to witness your father's death. But Hornhead needs my help. Rafa, did you not tell me earlier? Did you not tell me you were prepared? But despite your grandiose posturing, you collapsed in a most piteous fashion. Even worse, you have erred in your insights of late. For has not the barbed one there overturned them more than once? Oh. You cannot be trusted to keep your word, nor can you reveal the truth through your insights. So I say to you, be gone! This sacred hall of justice has no need for such a worthless royal priestess.
Worthless? Wow, how can she say that to her own daughter?
So mother, you think me worthless?
Objection!
Her benevolence says she can do it, doesn't she? So I don't see why you have to condemn her before she's even made the attempt.
Very well, horned devil. If you really are so bent on having a seance, I shall give my consent.
Really?
However, should Rafa fail once more, you two and the accused shall all be executed on the spot.
Come again?
This is proving to be far more entertaining than I had anticipated. Well, lawyer, what say you? Will you wager your life and call on Rafa to perform a divination seance? Call on Rafa. Let her go home and rest. Call on Rafa.
I don't think you're worthless, your benevolence. Far from it, in fact. If you say you can do it, then I believe in you.
Hornhead? I do not understand. If I fail, you will be put to death.
I know you collapsed during your previous attempt. I can't even imagine how terrible it must have been for you. But despite that, you are willing to try again. I have faith in that conviction, in that courage.
My courage?
Ah, so she was doomed to fail if she didn't have the courage to perform the seance. But it looks like she's got the determination to try again.
Right, and that's a bet I'm willing to take.
But it is as Mother said, I've erred in my insights as of late. Not only have I failed to reveal the truth, I've also contributed to false accusations. Knowing that, can you still say that you believe in me?
Objection!
I wouldn't take stock in those words, Your Benevolence. Despite what your mother says, I don't think you've made any errors at all.
Huh?
In the trials I've been a part of here in Karayin, I would have never proven my client's innocence without your seances, because even though they didn't always reflect the absolute truth, the insight they provided served as vital leads to finding the truth.
Vital leads? My seances?
So please, Your Benevolence, try to perform the divination seance one more time.
Objection!
Rafa, stop this madness. It is for your own good. You are ill-prepared to face your father's death. Go, leave this sacred hall at once.
No.
What did you say?
I said no, Mother. For I am the royal priestess of Karayin.
I have no need for you now.
Even if you do not need me, Mother. Hornhead in this Hall of Justice do. He proved that by risking his own life. It is because of him that I now understand. The divination seance is my sacred duty. I must fulfill it no matter the risk.
Your Benevolence.
Mother taught me that the divination seance was a mirror reflecting naught but the truth. But I began to have my doubts after Barbs had disproved the insights it offered. And now, I don't even know who or what to trust anymore. Father, Mother, even Nana, I had believed in them all above all others. But I finally know now. I know in what I can trust. The royal priestess must debate each seance with the presiding lawyer and prosecutor. So that it can be interpreted properly. That is how I believe trials here in Karayin should function. Therefore, the Hall of Justice needs me. It is my power that leads trials toward the truth. That is my sacred duty, and I will never shirk from it again.
That right there, Your Benevolence, is the product of what you've learned in your struggle so far. The truth that you realize with your own strength.
As my sacred duty, I must ensure that it is fulfilled. I must have the courage and resolve to see it through.
Your Eminence, the royal priestess says she will conduct the divination seance. I see no grounds for you to forbid it. Unless, of course, you are worried that it might reveal something you find inconvenient.
Mother, I am done letting you have your way.
Rafa, you would actually rebel against me, your mother and queen?
Though I am scared to see my father's death, I must face my fear. That is what Hornhead has taught me here today.
Rafa.
I am the royal priestess Rafa Padma Kurain. And I am prepared to face my father's death.
Your Eminence, it seems the princess is more grown up than you thought.
Rafa. Well then, let us proceed with the divination seance. The victim's final moments. This should be interesting. I wonder what Inga's memories are going to show us.
O Holy Mother, we hold this divination seance in your name. Let the eyes of everyone here be clear, and our ears be unstopped. O dance of devotion, guide the victim's soul to me, so that we may receive their final memories in the pool of souls.
Grapes, incense, sour. Incense. Footsteps. Incense. Man's voice. Pain. Incense. Footsteps. Explosion? Laughter. There was an explosion? That's interesting. Explosion followed by laughter. What in the...
A faceless being? What the heck? His face is just like... that picture of the founder.
I think that's the last thing anyone expected to see.
Ooh, Father, what is it? What was it you saw?
Are we to understand that this was the last thing the victim saw?
Yes, there can be no mistake. That was what my father himself witnessed.
How very strange. You don't suppose the Holy Mother possessed the accused and slew Minister Inga for planning a coup?
The divine wrath of the Holy Mother? Oh, Holy Mother, we are ever grateful for your blessings. Talk about a sharp left turn into the Twilight Zone.
You know, there's one thing in there that caught my attention. That laugh. Who does it belong to, and why are they laughing?
Who knows? Though I suppose it could be Dirk after he slew my husband.
Uh-huh, but that figure didn't even have a mouth.
Ho ho ho. I think we're done here, lawyer.
How so?
You claimed that Minister Inga was stabbed in his private quarters, and feeling no pain went to the tomb where he eventually fell dead. But this seance vision proves he was stabbed in the tomb and felt great pain, no less.
Oh, that...
Therefore, as I asserted all along, it was the accused who stabbed the minister in the tomb.
Ah! Everything just backfired, big time.
Wow, Garan has the devil's own luck, doesn't she?
Now then, I shall give voice to the soul of the deceased. Listen well and heed these words.
Rafa's insight.
At around 3 p.m., my father was waiting in the tomb to make the hostage exchange. He was drinking grape juice while gazing upon the picture of the Holy Mother. He had been waiting vigilantly when suddenly he heard Dirk's voice. The next moment, he was stabbed in the back and collapsed. My father tried to shoot his attacker, but he missed, and the attacker let out a laugh.
So what now, Mr. Wright?
It's up to us to knock holes in Rafa's interpretations of Inga's memories. In other words, we need to prove that our understanding of them could be mistaken.
Okay, I'll give it a try.
Man, the divination seances are my biggest weakness. Man's voice. Pain. Explosion. Laughter. Is it this maybe?
Objection!
Okay, it wasn't that. Maybe I'll get some speech from Mr. Wright. If I let it just, go on. Nope. Guess I was wrong. Drinking grape juice while gazing upon the picture of the Holy Mother. He had been waiting vigilantly when suddenly he heard Dirk's voice.
Objection!
That's wrong too. Okay. Consult. Thank you. What's wrong, Apollo? Can't find any inconsistencies?
Yeah, basically.
Well, there was one thing that stuck out at me. That man's voice Inga heard. Didn't you find it a bit strange?
Not really. It's just Dirk arriving for the hostage exchange, right?
But if Inga was waiting for Dirk, don't you think he would have been more vigilant?
Good point. He wouldn't have wanted to leave his back exposed like that.
Now, just take that thought on through to the end.
Right. I think I've got it now.
Do I? Do I got it now?
Objection!
Your benevolence, there seems to be an inconsistency in your interpretation.
Inconsistency? Where?
Minister Inga is far too relaxed for what was supposedly about to take place. When he heard the voice you claim is Dirk's, he didn't seem the least bit alarmed. He just kept looking at the picture of the founder.
Ah!
That's strange, right? He was waiting for Dirk to arrive with the founder's orb, but when he heard that voice, he didn't even turn to look. Don't you think he would have been worried about being attacked from behind?
Ah! Then whose voice was it?
It was likely someone whose presence wouldn't have alarmed him. Someone like a friend.
But there was no third party at the scene of the crime. Therefore, the voice can only have belonged to Dirk.
The voice of a third party who wasn't there in the tomb.
Apollo, don't we have something that could reveal the owner of the mysterious voice?
You know, I think we do. Something that Inga had while he was waiting for Dirk. With it, we just might be able to figure out whose voice it was. I believe we can identify the male voice Minister Inga heard with this.
What the heck? Oh, here. He was on his cell phone.
That's my father's. I know this must be hard for you, but could you please look at this photo? There's something here that can pinpoint us toward the identity of the voice. This is the real source of the man's voice.
A cell phone?
Right. I believe that the voice the minister heard was of a call on his cell phone. I see. Well, that certainly makes sense. What is your eminence's view on the matter?
I can see the possibility. Then it seems I must refine my vision.
Subordinate's voice. It appears that the voice belonged to one of my father's subordinates.
Why do you suppose he was talking to one of them then?
My father had members of the secret police positioned throughout the palace. They were supposed to contact him as soon as they saw Dirk and the rest of you.
Okay, now we're getting somewhere.
Your benevolence, I believe you have an insight to revise.
I know, Barbed Head. Don't presume to tell me how to do my duty.
Insight revised. My father then took a call from a subordinate at the palace.
So the voice was coming from the phone. That's good to know. But there might have been other sounds coming from the phone. Some sounds that could be clues. Let's take another look at Rafa's insights and really focus on the various sensations.
Okay, I think I'm getting the hang of this now.
Oh, whoops. I did not mean to do that. Laughter, maybe?
Objection!
Okay, it wasn't that.
Your benevolence, this insight is inconsistent with the vision.
Oh? Please do tell. Where exactly does this inconsistency lie, Hornhead?
Well, it's kind of hard to say, especially when you put me on the spot like this. The defense will only present opinions that won't collapse under pressure.
Guess I better take a closer look at the insights and the vision before I try again. Explosion, maybe?
Objection!
It wasn't that either. Consult.
There doesn't seem to be any inconsistencies here.
You look like you're struggling there, Apollo. Are you sure there's nothing new to learn from the sensations and Rafa's refined vision? Let's take another look at Rafa's insights, keeping in mind the sounds from the phone.
Got it. Okay, let's try that again.
Laughter, maybe?
Objection!
It wasn't that either. Maybe this is where the explosion comes in.
Objection!
Nope.
Objection!
I was thinking, didn't see the laughter. Ugh, okay, I'll look it up. Third statement and third panel. Select the lion's roar sound? The what? Okay, I'll just let it play out. Because obviously I missed something. Grapes, incense, sour. Incense. Footsteps. Subordinate's voice. Lion's roar? What the fuck? I keep hitting the wrong buttons.
Objection!
I hate to break it to you, Your Benevolence, but you misinterpreted something again.
What do you mean? Again? Smooth move, Apollo. I think you just hurt her feelings. She may put on a brave face, but she feels more than she lets on.
Let me rephrase that, Your Benevolence. Your interpretation of your father's phone call to a subordinate of the palace is inconsistent with his final memory.
What do you mean by that?
A lion's roar could be heard over the phone. Don't you find that strange? You claimed the call was with someone at the palace. But let me ask you, do you keep lions there?
It's probably the warbad. I haven't seen any lions in the kingdom, so it's probably just the warbad mimicking a lion's roar at the bazaar.
No, the only animals at the palace are little birdies and my pet frog.
Wait, that giant one in front of the minister's house is her pet?
Besides, there aren't any lions in Karayin. We don't even have any zoos. Rather sad state of affairs, I'm afraid.
Well, I remember hearing a sound like that. The lion's roar coming from the phone is actually from something hanging out in the jungle. The answer can be more simple. The jungle. That's where lions live, right?
So the subordinate my father was talking to was in the jungle?
Maybe he sent him there to get some savage beasts to use in his coup d'etat.
What?
In other words, Minister Inga was planning to have lions and gorillas attack the palace. I've never heard anything more absurd. What's so absurd about guerrilla warfare? Let me try that again. The bazaar. Isn't that the cry of the warbad over in the bazaar?
Oh!
Your Benevolence, do you think you can clarify the voice for me?
Very well. I will now attempt to further refine my vision.
Warbad's cry.
What's this?
Just as I suspected, it was the call of a warbad. That means the subordinate Minister Inga was talking to was in the bazaar, not the palace.
But why is it important where the call came from? What significance could it have?
She's right. Is it important to know where the call was made from?
It's very important.
It's actually very important. Knowing that the person on the other hand was at the bazaar means that the loud explosion might not have been the sound of a gunshot.
But? I can think of no other item that makes such a noise in the area.
Go ahead, Apollo. Tell her. Tell Ray for the real source of that sound.
Will do.
Well, Hornhead, I'm waiting.
It's, fireworks.
What was the true source of that explosive sound?
Take that!
What is that?
It's I'll be your guide's statement. In it, he claims that Dad's Ariel threw a firecracker at him while he was at the bazaar.
Then...
Yes, the sound heard over the phone was a firecracker exploding.
Ah! And yet, a bullet was found at the scene of the crime. A bullet fired from Minister Inga's gun. How do you explain that?
Well, we don't know whether it was fired during the course of the crime, right? Or do you have evidence that proves when the pistol was discharged?
No, I have none. Wait a second. If that loud bang was a firecracker, then could that laugh at the end have been... No, it can't be.
Oh, it can. And it is. The laugh came from none other than... the Joker who got a kick out of startling Albie with his dragon snot snaps. That happy-go-lucky, that's Ariel.
What?
Someone should really put a leash on that guy.
I shudder to think how one man can be the cause of so much trouble.
Ha 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 ha! Hey there, AJPW. Y'all can thank me later.
No one asked for your commentary, Mr. Ariel. Your benevolence, do you need to revise your insight?
It would appear so.
Insight revised.
My father then took a call from a subordinate at the bazaar. The true source of that loud bang was the firecracker Dats threw. And that final laugh belonged to none other than Dats himself.
Well, this changes everything. Let's go over the details of Rafa's insight again.
Okay, I think I've got this down now. Time to find another inconsistency.
Okay, incense, grapes, sour, incense, footsteps, subordinate's voice, Warbad's cry, dog's bark, pain, footsteps, explosion, laughter, we have dog's bark now. PM. Oh! Oh, whoops! I didn't mean to do that.
Objection!
What? But that's it, right? Oh, explosion sound. It's explosion sound.
Objection!
Your benevolence, there's a glaring problem with this insight.
There is?
You stated that the murder happened at around 3 p.m., which is right around the time my client arrived on the scene. However, now that we know what the source of the loud bang is, your insight conflicts with a certain piece of evidence. I suppose I have to ask the obvious here. What evidence conflicts with the claim that the murder occurred at 3 p.m.? I'll be your guide statement. Again? Yes, because, to summarize what he said, at around 2 p.m., Shadow was surprised by a firecracker and ran into the palace courtyard. At around 2 p.m.? That's right, 2 p.m., not 3 p.m. Ah! Are you suggesting? I think you know where I'm going with this. That's his laugh, the cry of the warbad, and the bang of the firecracker were all heard right before Minister Inga's death. Thanks to Albie's statement, we can put a definitive timestamp on all of these sounds. Therefore, what this vision shows is that it's extremely likely that the deceased's final moments were at 2 rather than 3, as we had originally thought. Dare I ask? It means the murder took place a full hour before Dirk entered the tomb.
And yet Dirk is right there in the vision.
Ponkuka!
How can this be? Are you saying that I, the very personification of the law, have been mistaken? Her nails!
Now you see why justice will always prevail. Peace! Peace, I say! Now then, defense. I must remind you that the figure of the accused was clearly shown in the vision. How do you explain that? I wouldn't say it was clearly shown. After all, the figure didn't actually have a face. You're absolutely right. Without a face, we can't be certain of who it was. Furthermore, need I remind you that if the vision is from 2 p.m., Dirk was still with me and Mr. Wright, which means this faceless figure couldn't possibly be him. So then, what are we to make of this 1 hour difference?
Wait, 2 o'clock? That's when? My mother was performing the rite of channeling.
The palace guards had all been reassigned to guard the channeling chamber for the rite. Don't tell me.
The royal residence. It would have been virtually unguarded.
Which means the real killer could have easily slipped unseen into Amara's tomb. Defense, are you saying that this is someone disguised as the accused? That's exactly what I believe, Your Majesty.
Objection.
Preposterous. Disguises cannot deceive the memories of the dead. That the face did not appear this time is mere happenstance. Had it appeared, such subterfuge would have been its clearest day.
He's got a point there. Anyone who knows about the divination seance would have tried to hide their face. Nevertheless, our killer openly appeared before Inga. The question is, why?
Apollo. Maybe the killer could afford to be so bold, because they knew their face wouldn't show up in the seance vision.
What?
It's possible the killer dared to dress in Dirk's clothes and stand square in front of Inga.
Precisely because they knew they could get away with it. But how could anyone be so sure of something like that?
A long time ago, I heard of a cognitive disorder that impairs a person's ability to distinguish between different faces. Oh, that's why. That's why he had a notepad with people's characteristics written inside. He needed it. It was an accommodation for his disability.
What if Inga had it? Then, are you saying that this is literally how Inga saw the world?
Yes, we can't normally see through the eyes of others, but in this case we can. And if he had that disorder, I imagine this is how faces appeared to him in life.
Okay, let's say that the killer knew that Inga had such a disorder. They could definitely use it to pin the crime on Dirk. But
if you're wondering about how to prove that Inga had it, you already have what you need.
Really? Well, defense, do you have anything to show to this court? Yes, I believe so. Frankly, I have no idea what Mr. Wright means, but I'll look the evidence over again.
1 minute till ads.
What explains why the face of Minister Inga's killer is absent in his seance vision?
Take that!
A notepad? Yes, it was found in Minister Inga's room, and it holds the answer we're looking for. As you can see, it's filled with detailed notes on various individuals. What kind of clothes they wear, hairstyles, and other discerning physical characteristics. And this is connected to the faceless nature of the killer how? The vision we saw was exactly what Minister Inga saw with his own eyes. It is he who saw his killer as a person without a face. In fact, this is how he normally saw everyone around him. What's this? I believe Minister Inga had a disorder that prevented him from recognizing faces. It would explain the faceless being, and why he needed a notepad full of people's physical characteristics.
Now that I think about it, my father was always terrible at remembering people. By simply changing my hairstyle, he would fail to recognize even me.
Your Eminence, you knew that your father had such a disorder, didn't you?
Father, husband.
He never wished for it to become public knowledge, but I suppose there is no use in keeping quiet about it now. It is, as you say.
Okay, I'll be right back. For the ad break. Welcome back.
My late husband had a special disorder that hindered his ability to recognize faces. The medical term for it is prosopagnosia.
So Mr. Wright was right.
The memories of those afflicted with such disorders in life do appear strange at times. There is precedent for this. So the killer likely knew about the disorder and used it to their advantage.
Right, so there's someone who is both knowledgeable about the divination seance and aware of Inga's affliction. Your Eminence, who knew about your husband's condition?
A small number of servants who tended to his needs. And me. Surely you are not about to insinuate that I committed this crime.
Oh no, Your Eminence. Still, could she have done it?
Garan has an alibi, remember?
Oh, right. She was conducting the rite of channeling at 2 p.m. In that case, Your Eminence, does Nana know about Minister Inga's disorder?
Of course she does. She is our head servant.
So as head servant, she knew about Minister Inga's condition, and as the princess's personal attendant, she is familiar with the divination seance. If these two facts together don't make her a possible suspect, I don't know what would.
Objection!
You witless lawyer. How quick you are to forget the facts.
Facts like...
When Inga was last seen alive, you claim he was slain at 2, yet that is impossible, for Rafer saw him at 2:30.
Ah!
We did completely forget about that.
No, there must be some mistake.
So you see, the murder could only have happened at 3 p.m., the hour Dirk entered the tomb. There's no other answer to this puzzle.
Why don't we ever get to make up answers like Iran makes up laws?
Gets us back to square one.
Where did we go wrong?
I don't think we're the problem. We just need to be short one piece of the puzzle. Our deductions so far explain everything to a T. Everything except for Inga's sighting at 2:30.
I see. And without that final puzzle piece, all of our deductions fall apart.
Apollo, if Inga's sighting is the only anomaly, we'll just have to find a way to make it fit into the bigger picture.
Time to think outside the box then, right? Let's see. It would be impossible to see Inga walking around after he had been killed. But what if there was a way to make people think he was alive, even though he was dead?
Like a way to make people witness the living dead?
Sounds like some kind of TV show. Things like that don't happen in real life.
Apollo, did you just...
I did. I figured it out. I know how to make people witness the living dead. Your Majesty, our deductions weren't wrong and after all. Despite Minister Inga being murdered at 2 p.m., he was seen heading into the tomb at 2:30, and I'll tell you how. I certainly hope you will, because I have no idea what you're talking about. The Minister Inga her benevolence saw was in fact a ghost or clone. Maybe it was a ghost or even a clone.
Your Majesty, I fear the poor lawyer must be feeling ill in his tiny horned head. We should summon an ambulance before it's too late.
Agreed, Your Benevolence. Can't anyone take a joke in this country?
It was a joke, was it? For shame. You had me truly worried there for a moment.
I'm fine, and I'm done joking around. The Minister Inga her benevolence saw was in fact... It was the deceased being channeled. It's the only way a man who was already dead could have been seen by her benevolence. But channeled, you say? That's right, and there are only 2 people capable of spirit channeling here in Kurayin, Her Eminence Queen Garan and Maya Fey. It's possible that one of them was channeling the minister.
It would seem that you are ever bent on making me party to this crime. Prosecutor, what was I doing at 2:30 p.m., the time at which my husband was seen?
Eminence, I believe you had completed the channeling rites and were having tea with the king of the neighboring realm. There would have been many attendants there, too.
Nayata has to keep up with his schedule, too. What doesn't she make him do?
Then that leaves only Maya.
Yeah, it does. Maybe someone was forcing her to use her power toward nefarious ends. The real killer could have been threatening her.
That cannot be. So then Inga's scream. That was probably from when he woke up from being called back to this world. After all, that's when the flow of time would have picked up back for him after he died.
So Minister Inga probably leapt to his feet, thinking he just had a nightmare. Then realizing it was almost time for the hostage exchange, he raced off to Amar's tomb, not even realizing he was already dead. Then, her benevolence really did see a dead man running. Using the sacred power of spirit channeling to commit a crime? How can this be? The defense called Miss Maya Fey to the stand. Well, Your Eminence? Will you allow a new witness?
It matters not. Either way, this lawyer shall soon know the truth. He will know just how much of an imbecile he is in the face of my infallible arguments.
Insult me all you want, witch, but you'll be eating those words when I expose the truth. Very well. Let us adjourn until the next witness is ready.
Accused lobby. Talk about some really close shaves.
Yeah, well, you can't get a closer shave than Headsman's brand blades, that's for sure.
The trial's not even over yet, and I'm already exhausted. Still, you were able to fight back the queen herself in there.
Well, maybe with Miss Faye's help, I won't have to keep on playing her game much longer. Speaking of which, I guess it's a little late to be asking, but do you think she's well enough to testify, Mr. Wright?
She slept all day yesterday out of exhaustion, apparently. But that's all it was, so she should be okay.
Barbed head, horn head.
Oh, hello, Your Benevolence.
Princess Rafa, you were really impressive in there.
I am the royal priestess Rafa Padma Kurain. And I am prepared to face my father's death.
Despite your mother's opposition, you stood your ground. And in doing so, you fulfilled your duty as the royal priestess.
It was all thanks to you and your friends. Your belief in me gave me the courage to follow my path. So, you have my gratitude.
Oh, don't mention it.
I know. I shall thank you with a gift. What would you like? A cow? A horse? Or perhaps I shall reward your efforts with a royal shoulder massage.
Oh, that's okay, Your Benevolence. Your gratitude is more than enough. Thanks.
But I thought you Americans liked massages. My technique was highly praised by my father, Ahav, you know.
Hey you, lawyers, where's the accused?
Huh? Dirk? That's a good question.
I blew it big time, AJ.
That's...
Shut up, you.
What's going on?
This scoundrel tried to escape with the accused.
What?
We were able to nab him, but the accused is nowhere to be found. Where are you hiding him, you miscreant? I keep telling you, I got no idea where you went. I mean, yeah, we booked it together, but I lost track of him after that.
So Dirk's on the lam now?
Probably, but who knows? He vanished in the blink of an eye.
Vanished?
You want to know something, AJ? Dirk said to me, I can't put Amara in danger. I have to set her free before it's too late.
What? Don't tell me he's gone to rescue her.
But that's what I am telling ya! It's why I helped him escape in the first place!
Do you realize what you've done? Well, what's done is done. Still, why do you choose to go rescue her now?
Maybe he didn't want to die with any regrets or something. You know, just in case he ended up on the chopping block.
Why, Dirk? I thought you believed in me.
Don't be like that, AJ. He'll be back as soon as he frees Amara. You'll see.
Not the point, Tats.
Listen, lawyer. You let us know immediately if the accused contacts you. The trial will now resume. See that you are ready.
Wait, the trial's still on? Even without the defendants?
Those were Her Eminence's orders, so you will return to the courtroom at once.
Let's go, Apollo. All we can do is see where the next testimony leads. High Court of Karayin.
Now then, let us resume the trial at hand. Your Majesty, my client seems to have gone missing. What do you think, Your Eminence? Should we proceed without the accused?
Why not? My royal guard is searching for him as we speak. They shall find him soon enough, for they would not dare to keep me waiting.
Yes, but what about the law governing the court proceedings?
Then I shall simply revise it. As ruling sovereign of Karayin, I proclaim the following. Should the accused be an enemy of the crown, they may be tried in absentia.
Oh, well, in that case, I guess there's no problem with proceeding. Will the witness, Miss Maya Fey, please approach the stand?
Sorry to summon you like this, Maya.
Getting dragged out of bed and into court is not exactly a fun wake-up call, Nick.
I'm sorry, Miss Fey. It was my idea.
And you are?
Oh, right. I'm Apollo Justice. It's nice to finally meet you.
Oh, so you're Apollo. Nick's told me all about you. You're the new guy with the loud voice and a bit of an unreliable streak, right?
Unreliable?
Well, that was 2 years ago. You've come a long way since.
So why was I called here anyway? Am I under arrest again?
Huh? I guess no one's filled her in.
Well, she has been asleep this entire time.
Miss Faye, this is a trial for Dirk Sadmadi, and you're here as a witness.
What? Dirk's been arrested, but...
That's not exactly the reaction I was expecting. Miss Faye, you are suspected of playing a part in the murder of Justice Minister Inga.
What?
Someone allegedly forced you to channel the minister to obfuscate the time of his murder. At least that is what the defense claims.
Wait, what? How could you, Apollo? How did you even reach that conclusion?
Sorry, but it's the only way this whole case makes any sense. Your understandable anger at the defense aside, will you testify, Miss Faye?
Yes, Your Majesty. Witness testimony. Channeling the minister. I don't have any idea what's going on, but I know I didn't channel Minister Inga. I didn't even have the chance to do something like that. Besides, I never go quietly along with some criminal's plan. Though, I guess there are some things I'd go quietly along with.
It seems the witness doesn't believe she has ever channeled Justice Minister Inga.
And if her words prove to be true, defense, your entire argument becomes moot. You do understand that, don't you?
Yes, of course. It doesn't seem like Miss Faye is lying.
Apollo, Mai was being awfully secretive about something just now.
Then I guess I better dig a bit and try to get her to open up to me first.
Cross-examination. Channeling the minister. I don't have any idea what's going on, but...
Hold it!
You've been asleep ever since you were rescued from the tomb, correct?
I was exhausted after being held captive for so long.
That must have been terrible.
Maya, Minister Inga didn't do anything to you, did he? Oh no, he wasn't like that. On the contrary, I asked him for all sorts of things. Like what? Like, I'm really craving burgers, and I'll die if I miss an episode of The Plumed Punisher. Acting like a brat netted me a TV and even a few burgers from someplace. He was surprisingly nice to me.
Huh? Are you sure we're talking about the same guy here?
He may have loomed large, but he was unexpectedly easy to push around. Even though he was the one who was responsible for pushing those execution papers through. Oh, that? Approving executions was simply his preferred method of stress relief.
With a wife like her, he was probably really pushing them through out of fear.
I'm beginning to see why he wanted to stage a coup. In any case, my time in captivity wasn't so bad, but of all the things that happened... I know I didn't channel Minister Inga.
Hold it!
Are you sure about that? Maybe you just don't remember channeling him.
Don't remember? I may be 28, but I'm not senile, you know?
Something's not right here. Miss Faye, you were confined to Mahar's tomb the whole time, is that correct?
Yes, but I wasn't conscious the whole time.
Okay, then let me ask you something. Did you ever see Naina in the tomb, dressed as Dirk?
Huh? Is this some joke? I think I'd remember if I saw something as crazy as that. Plus, I doubt anyone would carry out a crime like that right in front of a potential witness.
I hate when he's right.
I didn't even have the chance to do something like that.
Hold it!
You didn't have a chance to channel him? Does channeling someone take a long time?
Not really. Once you get the hang of it, it's pretty much instantaneous. But I was all tied up, literally. So there was no way for me to make the channeling mudra with my hands to do it.
Right. I guess you really didn't channel Inga then.
Maya, when mediums are done with the session, they can send the spirit back to the other world themselves, right? Sure, unless they're still in training, amateurs can get possessed by spirits sometimes, but full-fledged mediums can stay in total control of a session, and they can send a deceased spirit away anytime they want.
So I take it you can do that, Miss Faye?
Of course! It's a cinch for the new and improved Mystic Maya Faye, Ace Spirit Medium. That's strange. You seem like the same old childish Maya to me. Grr! I'll show you childish, Nick! Besides, I'd never go quietly along with some criminal's plan.
Hold it!
So you wouldn't channel spirits for unseemly purposes?
Of course not. Spirit channeling is my bread and butter. And I take a lot of pride in my work. It's like, would you use your legal skills to commit a crime, Apollo?
Well, until finger pointing and objecting become deadly, I don't see how they can be used.
Wow, you're a regular Mr. Smarty Pants. Just like Nick. Always at the ready with some sarcastic comeback.
I think I'll save my many objections for after the trial.
Yes, please.
Anyway, I'd never go along with something like murder. Though, I guess there are some things I'd go quietly along with.
Hold it!
It sounds to me like you're trying to hide something, Miss Faye.
Didn't anyone teach you about respecting boundaries, Apollo? It's really rude to pry into a person's private affairs.
Sorry, I didn't realize. Wait, we're in a court of law.
Yeah, I know.
Then what was all that about me being rude? I'm just doing my job. So please, just tell me, what exactly are you hiding?
Sorry, but I promised Dirk I wouldn't say.
You made a promise to Dirk?
Mm-hmm. A pretty big one.
I think this is all about all you're going to get out of her.
Yeah.
Enough. The witness is denying that she channeled any spirits. Further questioning is pointless. It appears your little fiction has been soundly exposed for what it is. You should listen to her, Apollo. I don't even know why you suspected me in the first place. I mean, you don't have any evidence of me channeling Minister Inga, do you?
Oh, evidence, huh?
There's no point in even thinking about it, really. I don't use anything special to channel spirits, so there wouldn't be anything left behind.
That's true. Just like when she channeled the High Priest, all Maya needs is her own body.
If the defense has no evidence to offer, I will have to end this cross-examination.
What now?
Even if she doesn't use any special items to do the channeling itself, you'd think there would be something to complete the deception. Is there any proof that Justice Minister Inga was channeled?
None at all.
Nope, I don't see how there could be, Your Majesty.
I see you've still got a long way to go, Apollo.
Excuse me?
If it were Nick, he would have tried to bluff his way through that one.
But I'm not Mr. Right. I'd like to retract my previous statement. And as to whether there is any proof that Minister Inga was channeled, you bet there is.
Really?
We all know.
You're bluffing, I take it.
I'll be fine. If we're right, then there must be some sort of proof to back us up. Time to do some serious thinking, Apollo Justice. Okay, we know that when Rafa saw her father, he wasn't dressed like Miss Faye, right?
Right, because if he was, Rafa would have immediately known he was being channeled.
So that means he was dressed in his usual suit when Rafa saw him.
Aha! Good thinking, Apollo. This might be the perfect angle to attack from.
Alright, let's have an answer from the defense. What proof do you have that Miss Maya Faye channeled Justice Minister Inga?
Okay, the only thing I have is this.
Take that!
Is that a gemstone? We found this among the ashes of one of the tomb's incense burners. Does this gemstone ring any bells, Your Eminence?
What was that doing in the tomb?
So you do recognize it. But then as his wife, how could you not recognize this gemstone button from your husband's jacket?
I don't get where you're going with this.
Channeling Minister Inga alone wouldn't be enough to fool someone like Princess Rafa, especially if you were wearing your clothes. So you would have had to change it to the minister's clothes before channeling him.
Ah!
Miss Faye, you used the minister's clothes as a cover while going from his room to the tomb, where you burned them once you no longer needed them.
What? Uh-oh, she seems genuinely surprised by that, Apollo.
Objection!
Miss Faye?
Yes? You know my husband's name. It was, Inga Karkul Karayin, right?
That is correct in part, but there's more. Much more.
Inga Karkul Hakode Disnam
ad la ga ormo pompis denit already is korain third. Inga Parkul Hakad Disnam By Ani Laga Ormo Pompis Danit already is Korain the third. How could I got it. Inga Karkul, how could this name be any longer or more pompous than it already is Korain the third? I got it. That is his true name.
Could it be any longer?
Due to its length, only a portion of it was ever made public. So, Miss Faye, did you know his true name? No, I mean, how could I? Precisely. Yet a medium must know both the face and true name of the one she seeks to channel.
So then, Miss Faye couldn't have channeled Minister Inga?
That's what I've been saying this whole time. Why would I want to randomly channel some old guy I didn't know and didn't like thanks to that last trial?
I can't believe this.
Apollo, I really don't think Maya's lying. However, your line of reasoning still seems credible to me.
I agree, but there's something tripping us up in the details. Maybe we're working off of some wrong assumption again.
Apollo? I was thinking...
Yes?
Since I didn't channel Minister Inga, is it possible that someone else did?
Someone else? But who else could it have been?
I haven't thought that far yet.
Such chatter is without merit. Let us move on, shall we?
Irk. I don't care what Garan says. I'm going to figure this out. If it wasn't Miss Faye and the Queen has an alibi, then...
Apollo, forget about who is capable of channeling spirits for a second.
I should consider the circumstances around the channeling, right?
Right. We know Rafa saw her father come running out of his private quarters. If he was being channeled at the time, who could it have been?
It had to have been someone who was in Inga's private quarters.
Well, I'm waiting, Defense. And you know how much I despise waiting.
Yes, but there is someone else besides Miss Faye who could have channeled Minister Inga. There was just one more person, and they were in Inga's private quarters. That person is our only hope now.
So the defense believes there was another. Let us have your very serious answer then.
With pleasure.
Horned Devil. Who could have channeled Minister Inga? Well, Nana is missing.
Take that!
Nana?
Your Eminence said it yourself.
That's right. Nana never did go into the tomb that day. Instead, she entered my husband's private quarters.
How do you know?
It's quite simple. Shoe prints were discovered in Inga's private quarters. Shoe prints that belonged to Nana.
And then there's her benevolence's statement. She said that Nana disappeared right after she entered Minister Inga's private quarters. The room from which Minister Inga himself came running out of not long afterwards.
We're not seriously suggesting.
It's the only thing that makes sense. Nana channeled Minister Inga and left his private quarters thereafter. That's why no one has seen her since. And why only the minister's shoe prints were found outside his residence.
No way! That's gotta be it. Nana must have somehow channeled the minister.
All of the circumstantial evidence has fallen into place. You can't ignore it anymore. You can't claim Nana isn't connected to this case somehow. And in light of this, the defense calls Nana to the stand. Well, Your Eminence?
Very well then. Let us call Nana to testify.
Yes, now we can finally crack this case wide open. Let us adjourn while the witness is summoned.
There is no need. Nana is in the waiting lobby.
What? Nana's here? I thought she'd gone missing.
It seems she was feeling unwell and simply wished to rest undisturbed. But her concern for Rafa brought her here today.
She took time off without Rafa's knowledge or consent?
I'm betting there's more to her disappearing act than meets the eye, Apollo.
Miss Nana, do you understand why you have been summoned here today?
Yes, of course. Her Eminence has informed me that this man here suspects I have committed a crime.
So this is Nana. That's quite the hairdo.
Though I will say, I suppose I'm not as old as I had thought. If this horn-headed nincompoop would take me for a criminal.
Nincompoop?
Isn't that Rafa's favorite insult? I guess Nana rubbed off on her, what with all that time they spent together.
You there, young hornhead. Yes?
You're accusing me of slaying Minister Inga and channeling his spirit, yes?
What an active imagination you have. Young folk are so wonderfully open-minded. Haha, thanks. Just take the compliment, Justice. Now then, will the witness please proceed with her testimony? This court wishes to know if you did or did not channel Minister Inga in his private quarters.
Witness testimony. I have no spirit medium, Sonny.
I was feeling under the weather yesterday and decided to rest these weary bones. Besides which, a lowly servant such as I could not possibly be an honorable spirit medium. Only members of the royal family can learn the art of spirit channeling here in Kurayin. After Queen Amara's passing, Her Eminence, Queen Garan, is the only spirit medium left. If you believe a medium to be the culprit, it would have to be that young lass, Maya Fey.
And there you have it. It seems we haven't summoned her for nothing. Only those of the royal bloodline have the power of spirit channeling. That a servant such as Nana could channel spirits is a most unamusing jest.
On the surface, anyway. But our line of reasoning has led us to this end, that Nana channeled Inga's spirit. All right, the defense may now question the witness.
Cross-examination. I'm no spirit medium, Sonny.
I was feeling under the weather yesterday and decided to rest these weary bones. Albie's dog stole your hat when you were in the courtyard yesterday afternoon. Was it after that you decided to take a rest? I had been feeling unwell all day and had pushed myself too hard. I kept feeling weak and dizzy, and that dirty mongrel only served to worsen my condition. While I sympathize with you, Nana, you took the whole day off without informing Princess Rafa. She was very worried about you, you know.
How very kind of her benevolence. But she need not concern herself with the welfare of a mere servant such as I.
Except to Rafa, Nana's not just a mere servant.
To even think of mere commoner could channel spirits or slay a minister. What hogwash. Besides which, a lowly servant such as I could not possibly be an honorable spirit medium.
I hear you are the head servant, isn't that right? Are you suggesting that my position affords me the ability to channel spirits? Since you're the head servant to a family of channelers, I'd say it's possible. If you wanted to, it's not impossible for you to learn through exposure.
I think not, for that goes against the very underpinnings of the King of Kurayin.
To become a spirit medium requires a noble spirit and rigorous training, but most importantly, one must be a direct descendant of the founder. It is not simply some hobby one can take up in the manner of knitting or gardening.
So commoners can never become a medium no matter how hard they tried?
That is common knowledge to all who are born and raised here, young hornhead. Only members of the royal family can learn the art of spirit channeling here in Kurayin.
Okay then, what if you actually have royal blood in your veins, Nana? Like a distant relative or something?
I am from a line of humble fishermen, all the way back to my grandfather's grandfather. I've never heard talk of royal blood or noble ancestry.
Apollo, if spirit channeling is a secret art passed down from mother to daughter, then even with a royal ancestor, it'd be impossible to learn without the right training. It is as the barbed one says, it also must be mentioned that this secret art is only taught here in the kingdom of Kurayin, and your country's Kudain village.
Why aren't things falling into place like I expected? I would ask the witness to continue her testimony.
After Queen Amara's passing, Her Eminence, Queen Garan, is the only spirit medium left.
Queen Amara was the victim of an assassination, right?
Yes, oh, she was a beautiful, gentle soul. But she fell in love with a man of dubious origins and was murdered in a terrible blaze. Fate can be so cruel.
Except she's actually still alive.
Poor Nana's yet another follower, unwittingly praying over an empty sarcophagus.
Amara, the queen has been locked away and her existence in this world erased. But the fact that she is still alive shackles Nayuta to Garan's will. Nayuta, the only reason you're still standing by that woman's side is because you're afraid of what would happen to Amara otherwise, right?
We need not recount such ancient history. Let us continue with the witness's testimony.
If you believe a medium to be the culprit, it would have to be that young lass, Maya Fey.
Hold it!
Miss Fey was being held hostage. She was completely tied up and didn't even know Minister Inga's true name, making it impossible for her to kill or channel him.
Bah, I know nothing of that.
Objection!
Listen, you horned devil. Were you not just insisting that it was Maya Fey who had channeled Minister Inga? My, how quickly you change your tune.
No, I'm just quick on my feet when new information presents itself. I'm also quick to force my biggest smile when times like these demand it.
It's great that you're following my advice, Hollow, but try not to look so forced while you do it, would you? Nina is right about one thing, though. Only those of the royal bloodline can be spirit mediums in Karayin. Common folk like us are out of luck.
Yeah, I guess so. Still, I think I'll finally be close to connecting all the dots once I point out one very big thing out.
Let me look at all of my evidence. Purple hat, glasses, diamond-shaped tattoo on forehead. At around 2 p.m., Dats leapt out of a bizarre manhole, got yelled at by a dog in a warbad, and then threw a firecracker. The shocked look on Albie's face had Dats in stitches when the police came along and detained the rebel. The noise spooked Shadow, who ran off. When Albie caught up to him in the courtyard, Shadow had what looked like to be Nina's hat. Page 1. The arson incident involving Amar's private residence. Amar was slipped a sleeping pill and perished in the fire. The lighter found at the scene had Dirk's fingerprints on it. Page 20. Apollo's roving musician father got caught up in this incident and lost his life. He was struck in the head by the culprit. The victim's passport and any pictures of him were burned up in the fire. Without knowing his true name, no divination seance could be performed. Page 34. As the son of the terrorist Dirk, Naruto was expelled from the royal family. The idea that the sins of the father are visited upon his children is deeply rooted in the minds of the Koreanese people. I don't know what the answer is.
Objection!
What is that noise? Oh, that was one of my Cords of Steel voice training exercises. Well, from now on, you shall keep such caterwauling out of this sacred hall. Guess I better take it down a notch.
That is quite the hairdo, to be honest. It's long. Thick hair. Let me look up the answer. Okay, this is the only thing.
Objection!
Okay, so I presented what makes sense in terms of a direct contradiction. Except I don't know how to make it make sense in the larger context of this case. Well, is the defense going to follow up its loud objection with a sound explanation? Oh, sorry. How do I put this? I believe there's a problem with Nana's testimony. Go on. She asserted that she could not possibly be a spirit medium because, in Korean, only members of the royal family can learn how to channel spirits. I fail to see the problem in that statement, defense. Hold on, I'm getting to it, Your Majesty. Nana stated an absolute falsehood. Since we know that Amara is still alive. At the same time, circumstantial evidence points to Nana channeling Inga. After all, just after she entered this private residence, Inga came running out screaming despite having been killed at 2 p.m. That would mean that Nana channeled Inga, even though supposedly only those of the royal family are capable of doing so. Wait. Is it too late to ask for a refund on my trip down the rabbit hole? Mr. Wright, you may think I've lost my mind with this bluff, but... But if I can at least establish the possibility, I think it'll give us the break we need. Wait a sec. Are you going to propose what I think you are? Yes, it's a huge risk, but I think there's a chance I can prove it. Will the court please take a look at this photo? This photo's very existence, to say nothing of the person in it, contradicts the witness's claim that Queen Garan is the only remaining spirit medium in Korean. Horned devil, you mustn't! Oh, but I must. Under these circumstances, the outcome of this trial depends on it. But you already knew that, didn't you, Your Eminence? Will the defense please explain who was shown in the photograph? The person in the photo is the previous queen, Amara Sigatar Karayin. Contrary to popular belief, she was never assassinated. In fact, she's very much alive. What? But that's nonsense. Take a good look at the law book in this photo, Your Majesty. The mark of the dragon branded on it could only have been placed there after Queen Amara's supposed assassination. Urgh. Queen Amara's still alive?
Has the lawyer gone mad?
While I personally find it hard to believe, I will allow the defense to continue. You may proceed, defense. Queen Amara's death was staged to keep her safe from her would-be killer. Yet according to Dirk, she's actually being held captive somewhere. But the real truth is that Queen Amara is not being held in confinement. Rather, she walks freely among us. Here, in this very courtroom today. But how?
Oh!
He's not suggesting that Nana is Queen Amara, right? Oh, but it has been 23 years, hasn't it? She would have gotten a lot older.
Do not be deceived, Your Majesty. The red pepper is skilled in weaving plausible lies. It is the cunning lawyerly art known as bluffing. But knowing this, There is no need to fear his forked tongue.
Objection!
That's where you're wrong, prosecutor. Because you'll be quaking in your boots soon enough.
Is that so?
It's my turn, Nayuta, to wake you up to the truth right before your eyes. Queen Amara is still very much alive and has been disguising herself as...
Take that!
But that's... Ugh. Eek! This is the simplest and cleanest explanation for everything we've covered so far. The person who killed Minister Inga, someone with intimate knowledge of the divination seance. The medium who channeled the minister in order to mask the real time of his death. Condense these traits into one person and you get a spirit medium of royal blood. And that person is none other than you, Nena. Your true identity is the former Queen Amara and the killer we've been looking for all along.
What?
Objection!
Have you finally lost your mind, Mr. Justice? What you say is beyond blasphemous, even in the depths of hell.
Oh my, such frightening allegations.
Indeed, and absolutely ludicrous to boot. Her Eminence Queen Amara yet lives, and is actually Miss Nena here? You have truly gone off the deep end. You don't have to take my word for it. In fact, a certain someone can help me prove it. Your Eminence, if Queen Amara truly is dead, you should be able to channel her spirit right here, right now. Isn't that correct? Yerk! I can deny it no longer.
The lawyer speaks the truth. Nena, the woman who stands here before us, is Amara, the former Queen Belita, perished 23 years ago.
Polkuka! Finally. We finally got Inga's real killer on the stand. Nena, no, Amara Sigatar Kurayin. Please drop the act and tell us what really happened. Oh, dearie me. I guess I shouldn't have underestimated the power of youth. Well done, young hornhead.
Doing a little dance for us. Wow, what a transformation. A magical girl transformation. Damn!
Oh, whoa!
I was getting quite tired of masquerading as an old woman anyway. It has been far too long since I last greeted you, good people of Karayin. It is I, Amara Sigatar Karayin, your former queen.
Queen Amara? What? Ah!
Ah!
And I thought Garon's makeover was extreme. Could it really be true? You are alive and well?
It is true. I feel as if I've been called back from the Twilight Realm. I fear I have caused all of you a great deal of distress. Oh ho 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 ho!
Amara, I'm sorry I was unable to keep your secret any longer. I hope you can forgive me.
It is quite alright, Garon. I feel I am safe now. For Dirk, that blackguard who threatened my life will be recaptured soon enough. I need not conceal my identity any longer.
Queen Amara, what does this all mean? Were you not killed in that fire 23 years ago?
I barely escaped that blaze with my life. But though I survived, I knew that scoundrel would make further attempts on my life. Therefore, I staged my death and abdicated the throne to my dear younger sister, Garon.
But the building of that great tomb, and disguising yourself as a loyal servant, why would you do such a thing?
Garon, I would have you explain.
I wished for her to be close at hand. It was the only way I felt I could protect her. And it was the best way to hide her from the eyes of the public.
After all, who could conceive of Amara lowering his station to that of a servant? She's got that right. Even Dirk thought Amara was being held captive in some far-off place.
You never even guessed she was living as a servant, right in plain sight.
I must say, a life dedicated to the servitude of others is not the least bit disagreeable. It is a quiet, humble existence, far removed from the tedium of regal duties. Ah, but those days of peace have ended. And it's all because of you, Hornhead.
You should consider yourself lucky if that's all this ends with.
If there is something you wish to say, then say it.
It doesn't matter who you are. You won't escape the crime you committed. The defense moves to indict you as Justice Minister Inga's real killer. What's this? You would accuse Queen Amara of homicide? A grand priestess of Kuraninism? You can't do that. She's virtually a goddess in the eyes of her people. If you commit the crime, you better be ready to do the time. Be you a priest, saint, queen, or god. I've never met such an egalitarian person. Queen Amara, in your years disguised as Nana, you would have learned about Minister Inga's disorder. So you knew you could dress in Dirk's clothes to forge a convincing seance vision. Isn't that right?
Oh ho ho ho! What a curious character you are. You would label me a murderer? Me, the one who the people regarded as the reincarnation of the Holy Mother herself?
You may be a grand figure in Kuraninism, but as a foreigner, you're just another suspect to me.
It would appear your words are not in jest. Am I to suffer the sullying of my good name with accusations of murder most foul?
Please, Queen Amara, forgive his impudence. The lawyer knows not what he speaks.
Fear not, good Magistry, for this is the sacred hall of justice. Though I am a grand priestess, on the stand I am but a witness like any other. I shall face his accusations with grace and benevolence.
Your compassion overfloweth, your mercifulness.
Oh, young lawyer, in my benevolence, I must warn you that your assertion suffers from a tragic flaw.
Huh? There's a flaw?
Nayuta.
Yes, your mercifulness?
Who was present in the tomb when the murder was discovered?
Dirk Sadmadi, Maya Fey, and Dirk Sadmadi, Maya Fey, and the victim, Minister Inga. I see. That is a fatal flaw indeed. It appears Queen Amara couldn't possibly have gone to the tomb as Minister Inga.
What? Why not?
Do not keep the defense waiting, Nayuta. Explain how wrong he truly is.
Yes, your mercifulness. Her benevolence, Princess Rafa saw Minister Inga enter the tomb around 2:30 p.m. Yet you, the defense, claim the person she saw was the minister being channeled by Queen Amara. However, if her mercifulness had channeled him and moved to the tomb, then once she was done channeling, Queen Amara would have re-emerged and been left stuck in the tomb.
Oh yeah.
Had she tried to exit before you all arrived, Princess Rafa, who had been looking down upon the courtyard, would have seen her. However, her benevolence saw nothing of the sort.
She could be in the tomb, in the sarcophagus, though. Because that sarcophagus is empty.
In conclusion, Queen Amara could not have left the tomb without being observed. And yet, was she in there? Was she there in the tomb when the murder was discovered, defense?
No, she wasn't.
Now do you see? Your flimsy claim has been uprooted like a sapling in a flood.
Well, that was entertaining, Prosecutor Sadmadi. Assume the prosecution of this case and clear your mother's good name. You wish for me to take over?
Yes, prosecute your father to save your mother.
What a poignant fate you bear, but bear it you must.
Are you ready?
Yes, Your Eminence.
And there you have it, Your Majesty. I shall watch the rest of the proceedings from the sidelines. I relinquish complete control of this sacred hall to your authority once more.
Why, thank you, Your Eminence. Now then, Your mercifulness, your testimony, if you please.
The lawyer's theory is absurd. Now I shall destroy your utterly absurd and barbarous theory. I was not anywhere near the tomb following the murder. Were your theory correct, I would have been in the tomb once I had stopped channeling. My husband Dirk is the killer, but he has fled from the sacred hall. May the Holy Mother rain judgment upon the traitor Dirk Sadmadi for his crimes.
Oh, such a marvelous testimony. You are truly a treasure, your mercifulness.
This too is but by the grace of her holiness. No doubt my unmasking here today was her will as well.
Oh my, the Holy Mother, you say?
Yes, surely her holiness has guided me to this witness stand. And to the purity of truth.
Oh, how magnificent! Queen Amara, the Holy Mother's messenger here on earth.
Praise be for Queen Amara. Blessings upon her mercifulness.
Where did those animals even come from? Now then, the defense may question the witness. But remember, she is a grand priestess, so disrespect will not be tolerated. That means no pointing out conflicts, inconsistencies, or any other flaws in her testimony.
What? The animals are still there. Cross-examination. The lawyer's theory is absurd. She's a Disney princess. A Disney queen. Now I shall destroy your utterly absurd and barbarous theory.
Hold it!
My theory is utterly absurd and barbarous?
And high-handed, if I may say so. Nayuta was right to call you putrid-minded. Surely even the monkeys of Mount Pony's holy waterfalls could devise a better theory. I'm having a really hard time reading all of her testimony. Her dialogue is just difficult for me. I don't know why.
Surely you can steal better insults than Nayuta's best.
Now then, to all of you gathered in this sacred hall, need I remind you? I was not anywhere near the tomb following the murder.
Hold it!
Well, maybe you were hiding inside the sarcophagus.
That's exactly what I said.
After all, it does technically belong to you. I bet you'd have no trouble opening it.
If I had been in there, I could not be here today. But the tomb has been under constant surveillance since the murder. I would have never been able to leave.
I guess not. If I might ask, what's in that sarcophagus anyway? You're still alive, so...
There is despair, sadness, hatred, and malice. Only one brave enough to see the truth hidden deep within could discover the final hope, my continued corporeality.
You completely lost me.
In other words, it's empty. But no one dared to open it because they were too scared of the curse. Now, will you dispense with your theory that it's as empty as my sarcophagus? Were your theory correct, I would have been in the tomb once I had stopped channeling.
Hold it!
I'll admit you weren't in the tomb after the murder.
Very good, but that very truth refutes your theory. Even if I had channeled Minister Inga and entered the tomb, the moment I ceased channeling him, I would have re-emerged at the crime scene.
Precisely. As you said, your self-defense. Queen Amara was not there after the murder. The only living souls in the tomb at that time were Dirk Sadmadi and Maya Fey.
Ugh.
Be it in this life or the next. Ad starts in 1 minute. There is no escaping such simple truths. My husband Dirk is the killer, but he has fled from this sacred hall.
Hold it!
There must be a reason why he had to make his escape today.
A reason? Perhaps.
Perhaps what?
Perhaps to conceal himself and lie in wait for another chance to claim my life.
What's this?
Objection!
No. It's definitely not like that, your mercifulness. First of all, you don't really believe he's trying to kill you, do you? After all, you two ran off together after he rescued you all those years ago.
That was only because he had the audacity to claim, "It wasn't me, you must believe me." It was my duty as a wife to her husband, to bend an ear to him, was it not? Communication after disagreement is the secret to a long and happy marriage. Okay, I'll be right back. Welcome back, everybody.
Sure, I guess.
What do you think, Mr. Wright? Don't ask me.
That is why I listened to Dirk. However, he didn't have a shred of evidence to support his claim. It grieves me to admit it. My husband truly did try to murder me.
That's quite enough. It's abundantly clear that Queen Amara's testimony is flawless.
Oh ho ho. Do you understand now, lawyer?
Ugh, this is bad. The judge isn't going to let me cross-examine her much longer.
Amara should have been in the tomb after the minister's murder, but she wasn't. I don't get it.
How did she just manage for the scene of the crime like that? It shouldn't be possible for normal people to... For normal people... Ah! Maybe.
Maybe what?
Your Majesty. I think I can explain why Queen Amara wasn't there in the tomb after the murder. Very well, defense. Do explain. I believe it was accomplished through a method only she is capable of, and by using this special method, it will be possible for her to literally disappear. Well, don't keep us waiting. Let us hear it. How did Queen Amara disappear from the tomb?
She clung to the ceiling. If I say this, I lose. She channeled someone.
All she had to do was channel someone, then she could easily disappear from the scene of the crime. After all, she would literally be someone else. Why, I believe that actually makes sense. What do you have to say to that, Queen Amara?
You believe that I, a Grand Priestess, would use the sacred power of spirit channeling to commit murder.
No. Ah! What the? Eek! Mercy, your mercifulness!
All the animals are gone now. I really like that tiger.
How dare you spew such vile blasphemy, Defense? You'll retract your last statement or face immediate execution.
No good magistrate. It is quite all right. Kurainism also teaches that we must respond at all times with reasoned principle. Therefore, I shall offer a measured response to his blasphemous accusation.
You have something to counter with?
Indeed. Now, are you listening? It would not have been possible to simply vanish by means of spirit channeling. After all, it would require a deceased person to channel. However, there was only one murder victim in the tomb. And that was Minister Inga, the only others there right after his murder were Dirk and Miss Faye.
Ah,
had I channeled Inga as you allege, well, the outcome would have been quite odd to say the least. For that beside the dead minister, a living, breathing one would have appeared. Even if I had been in the tomb, there was no one to channel except the deceased minister. So you see, I could not have vanished by means of spirit channeling.
This argument doesn't make any sense. Why does it have to be Minister Inga that she'd have to channel again? Maya Fey was perfectly able to channel the High Priest despite him not being, despite his dead body not being in the room. What is she talking about?
that's true, but I can't rule it out yet. Because, well, what if there was another victim? Someone we haven't identified yet.
How absurd.
If you channeled someone other than Minister Inga, you could have used their identity to disappear from the tomb.
Another victim?
Queen Amara? Please add your last statement to your testimony. This could explain everything. Wasn't there some sign of another victim there in the tomb? And yet, why do I sense I'm not going to like what I'm about to find out?
Minister Inga was the sole victim. There was no other spirit to channel until he was dead.
Hold it!
What if there was another victim besides Minister Inga?
What on earth could you mean? The only body found in the tomb was the minister's.
Yeah, but
Amara's counter-arguments are too soft on us. Amara's counter-arguments are too spot on for us to rebut.
Actually, there is one possibility.
What's the matter, Apollo? That's one heck of a face you're making.
Oh no, it's nothing really. And yet that means...
My husband Dirk is the killer, but he has fled from this sacred hall.
Hold it!
There must be a reason why he had to make his escape today.
A reason? Perhaps.
Perhaps what?
Oh, never mind. I already read that.
Objection!
Are the animals gonna come back? Nope.
May the Holy Mother rain judgment upon the traitor Dirk Sadmadi for his crimes.
Hold it!
The Holy Mother is going to judge him.
Within the doctrines of Quraninism, we are taught that upon death, the Holy Mother shall judge our souls. To those of pure spirit, her holiness shall be as warm and merciful as the sun, But to those of depravity, her wrath shall echo that of an angry mother to her child.
An angry mother? I wasn't expecting the Founder's judgment to be so down to earth.
The scriptures of Qur'anism were the first in the world to be written such that they would be accessible to worshippers of all ages.
Wow, that's unexpectedly progressive.
So Amara is claiming that Inga was the sole victim, which fits pretty well with what you know.
But was he really the only one?
What do you mean?
Wasn't there evidence of another victim besides Inga? Someone that we've yet to discover?
Stained with the victim's blood.
Objection!
Okay, that wasn't a piece of evidence. Practice examination. The lawyer's theory is absurd.
Hold it!
What is the statement that...
Hold it! Objection!
Maybe it's this statement? No.
Hold it!
She channeled someone. This is a lot of dialogue to have accidentally, gotten game over from. It is taking so long to get through all of this.
Okay, then how about this?
Objection!
Oh, whoops. I didn't mean to do that. The blood stain.
Objection!
I can't believe I'm presenting this, but it proves that there was another victim. Still, the only ones there at the scene of the crime were...
Maya, Dirk, and...
No, it can't be. Would the defense care to share something with us? Queen Amara, you knew, didn't you?
Whatever are you talking about?
If you won't tell this court, then I will. Well, don't keep us waiting. This case includes a second victim. One of the two people found alive in the tomb of the minister's murder. We're actually already dead.
But a second victim, Apollo.
Queen Amara, after you channeled Minister Inga moved to the tomb, you vanished from the scene of the crime by channeling the other victim. That explains why no one found you after the murder was discovered.
Then where's the body?
Oh, you putrid Pepper. Of all the half-witted buffoonery to come tumbling from your lips. But suppose I indulge you and play along with your little delusion. Tell me, Mr. Justice, who was the other victim?
There's a way this can be true. But... no, I can't stop now. If this is the truth, it's the only way forward to solving this case. The other victim who Queen Amara channeled was...
Who's the other dead person? Huh? Not Trucy. It's not Athena. It's not Phoenix. It's not Nayuta, because he's right there. It's not That's Ariel, because we saw him already. Emma Sky, it's not her. It's not Mr. Edgeworth. It's not Maya. Inga's already dead, and he's not the other victim. Rafa, no. Baran, no. Nana, no. Albi, no. Amara, no. What?
Huh? Listen, son, even if you manage to prove me innocent tomorrow, I don't have long to live. There is no escaping death now that it has its sights on me.
Dirk knew everything, but he couldn't bring himself to tell me.
I have one more big secret. I'm afraid I can't tell you what it is, but I'd be betraying a certain someone if I did.
He couldn't accuse the love of his life. The sad truth is, the other victim channeled by Amara was...
What? You can't... That's not possible!
The defendant, Dirk Sadmadi, is the one Queen Amara channeled. He's the other victim.
This is insanity. Ponkuka!
Apollo, what are you... Do you realize what you're proposing?
Objection!
I demand an explanation, Mr. Justice.
I don't know when or why Dirk was murdered, but the facts and evidence speak for themselves. And this is where they've led me.
I see. After Inga's murder, Dirk and Maya were the only ones in the tomb. But if one of them was actually dead and being channeled by Amara, it can't be, can it?
Dirk's blood stain at the scene of the crime was a clincher for me. He wasn't even injured, so how could he have plausibly bled that much? The only logical explanation is Dirk had also been murdered.
Objection!
That's enough. Your explanation cannot be the truth. And you would not dare to claim to have proof to support your assertion.
Nayuta, I wish it weren't true. I wish with all my heart that I'm wrong. But as much as I don't want to believe it, yes, I can prove it. Dirk's killer must have hidden his body. It would have to be somewhere near nobody would ever look. And there's only one such place.
You truly have proof?
The fastest way would be to actually have someone go check the tomb. Go check the tomb, but why? Because I believe Dirk's killer hid his body here.
You would suggest?
Queen Amara's sarcophagus, the only place in the tomb that no one would dare to look. Plus, a killer would soon become trapped by hiding in there. But a body, well, that's a horse of a different color. Which means... I believe we must search the sarcophagus at once. Your Eminence, being that Queen Amara yet lives, I trust we might open it?
If we must. Your Majesty, I believe Detective Sky is still there at the tomb. Let us contact her at once and have her conduct a full investigation into the matter.
Now then, Detective Sky, your report if you please.
I'll start with my findings.
Please, please, please let me be wrong about this. I just want things to be as they are. As they were.
A search of the sarcophagus revealed a body that appears to be several days old.
A body? Detective Sky, tell me it wasn't Dirk. Tell me my whole theory was completely off base.
I have a photo of the body, and I have possibly identified it as... Dirk Sadmadi.
That's outrageous. That's outrageous.
Dirk! No! Why? Why did this have to happen? Damn it, Dirk. Answer me.
How can this be?
The traitorous Snake, the very head of an insurgency, murdered? Oh, what a joyous day. Those fools shouting for change and revolution will finally return to whatever rocks they crawled out from under.
What was I even fighting for?
Apollo.
What am I supposed to do now?
Son. A lawyer. Should never look the way you do right now. A dragon never yields. Even when wounded, a dragon bites down hard and never lets go till its dying breath. It glares, it roars, and it latches its jaws firmly onto its prey till the bitter end. That's what lawyers do to get to the truth.
But Dirk, what if the truth is that you're...
Apollo, in court tomorrow, you may find yourself faced with a truth that is difficult to accept. But I know you, and I know you can handle the truth no matter what it turns out to be. I know that because I believe in you. You're my son, after all.
You believed in me that much, Dirk? Dirk, I think I finally understand. I can't yield. Not now, not ever. Not after Dirk believed in me, despite knowing what was about to happen. Besides, Dirk left me with two things I must do. Are you alright, Apollo? Sorry about that, Mr. Wright. But I'm fine now. Apollo? Detective Sky.
Yes?
How sure are you that the body's been there for a few days?
I'm positive. No autopsy's been performed yet, but I'd say it's been at least 3 days. Fortunately, the low temperature inside the sarcophagus kept it from decaying. Oh, and the chest area bore 3 gunshot wounds from a small caliber weapon. I believe they are the cause of death. Dirk's corpse photo added to the court record. More than 3 days have passed since his death. He was shot 3 times in the chest. At least 3 days, huh?
That means Dirk was already dead by the time he came to visit me back in the States.
Then, who was channeling him?
I think it would have to be someone who could get into and stay in the US without arousing suspicion. Yet also had a solid cover story so they wouldn't be seen as missing. I believe this is who was channeling Dirk when he saw him in the States.
Who? Okay, process of elimination again. It's not Trucy, it's not Athena, it's not Phoenix, it's not Nayuta. It's not Dirk. It's not That's Aribal. He's there in the gallery. It's not Emma, she's there in the stand. It's not Edgeworth, because it's just not him. It's not Maya. It's not Inga. It's not Rafa. It's not Garan. It's not Nana. It's not Albi. It's not Amara. Then who is it? Maya? Oh, I see. She was being held hostage at the time, so it seemed only natural that she wasn't around.
Right. And do you remember what she said earlier? So please, just tell me, what exactly are you hiding?
Sorry, but I promised Dirk I wouldn't say.
You made a promise to Dirk?
A pretty big one.
Dirk didn't want his own death to be known. The other members of the Defiant Dragons would lose all hope if they found out, and that would snuff out the flames of revolution for good. Miss Faye, Dirk told you to keep quiet about this, didn't he?
I guess it's no use hiding it anymore. Yes, I promised not to tell. Dirk made me promise before he died.
So I was right then.
Apollo? There's something I need to tell you. It's about, Dirk's final moments.
I'm listening, Miss Faye. What happened in his final moments?
It was soon after I was kidnapped. Dirk paid me a visit in that tomb where I was being held captive. I'd say it was a few days before Minister Inga's murder.
Hey, young lady. Time to get you up and out of here.
Oh! Gasp! It's that revolutionary guy.
I'm here to rescue you.
You are? Why?
I figured things were a little too quiet with that stamp-sucking scumbag. So I started digging around. That's when I found out you'd been abducted.
But why would a rebel help me?
Let's go before it's too late.
It already is for you, pal. Hehehe. Long time no see, you rebel blowhard.
Inga, I know you're up to something, and I'm going to find out what. Oh! Urgh.
Hehehe. That's gotta smart. You've become a real thorn on my side, see? So it's time for you to be pushing up daisies.
Dirk!
Did you really think a pea shooter like that could kill a dragon?
What the? Ah! What are you, some kind of freak? Nuts to this.
He said nuts to this.
I'm gonna say that from now on. Nuts to this. Nuts to that.
Dirk was shot several times, but he barely even flinched. He sacrificed himself for me.
Ugh.
These ropes! I've got to help you.
Relax, it's going to be okay. Sorry things turned out this way, but it doesn't look like I have much longer.
No, don't say that.
You're a spirit medium, aren't you? When I'm gone, I want you to channel my spirits.
Stop it! Don't give up like that!
If you do, untying a rope like that'll be child's play.
No! Please hang in there. You can still make it.
Promise me one thing, young lady. It's about my son.
Dirk was talking about you, Apollo. He said he wanted to see you one last time. So he asked me to return to the US and channel his spirit.
He really said that?
Mm-hmm. He also said he'd been meaning to visit you for years, but kept putting it off. And that this was his last chance.
You just show up here without any warning after all this time? What gives? I came all this way to see you, son. Come, rejoice. Right. Why don't you tell me the real reason you're here? Dirk, you really did come to the US because you wanted to see me. I guess this means it was Inga that hid Dirk's body in the sarcophagus after Maya left the tomb.
Apollo, you can't stop now. Dirk would want you to keep pressing on.
I know, Miss Faye, and I won't disappoint him. Defense, if you are ready to proceed, I would first have you answer this. Do you believe the accused's death will impact what we know about this case? Yes, and I believe I can explain everything now. Very well. Your explanation, please. Dirk entered the tomb at 3 p.m., the time the hostage exchange was to take place. Or rather, Dirk, as channeled by Miss Faye, did. Now, by the time he entered the tomb at 3 p.m., Minister Inga was already dead. I say that because we know the minister was murdered at 2 p.m. But there was someone else in there. This person was already hiding in the tomb, waiting to channel Dirk in place of Miss Faye.
Take that!
It was you, wasn't it? The fact of the matter is, Queen Amara killed Minister Inga at 2 p.m. She then went to his private quarters and channeled his spirit. The minister, thinking he was going to be late, hurried to the tomb for the hostage exchange. But once in the tomb, Queen Amara stopped channeling Minister Inga and hid herself. Then, when Dirk entered at 3 p.m., she snuck up from behind and forcibly drove Dirk's spirit out of Miss Faye's body. Drove his spirit out of her body? Possible.
Objection!
Actually, there is a way to do that. With a Magatama of parting, that is. Using one, anyone could drive a spirit out of a person's body, even if it refused to leave.
Ugh. Are you telling me that the extra pale brown Magatama in the tomb was...
That it was... That's right, Prosecutor Sadmadi. After you've seen one you've seen one in action before. You saw how the glowing red Magatama sent the High Priest back to the Twilight Realm. And how it turned a spent pale brown afterwards.
In other words, the brown Makatama found in the tomb looks that way because its power had been used up in pushing Dirk's spirit out of Miss Faye's body, right?
I probably passed out as soon as Dirk's spirit left my body. I was exhausted after channeling him for so long after all.
After that, Queen Amara must have dressed Miss Faye in her usual outfit and tied her up. I'm not sure where she got the outfit, but we can assume she had it all planned out. Then, Queen Amara must have changed it to Dirk's clothes, smeared blood onto them, picked up the knife and channeled Dirk's spirit. That's how she made it look like Dirk had committed the crime. And that's how she escaped, right under our noses.
Gah!
I don't know, Apollo. The whole thing still seems a bit far-fetched.
Dirk, what was going through your mind while all this was unfolding?
So ultimately, it was all for naught.
Nagita?
Those dreams of revolution Dirk was always spouting. They placed nothing but false hope in the minds of the people. And in the end, they were simply fantasies.
Nagita, how can you...
Karma has spoken. The dream of revolution has withered on the vine. Its fate is sealed. The other insurgents will soon wake from their shattered dreams.
No, Dirk's dream can't die like this. I'm not going to sit back and let that happen. I can't and I won't. Nagita, don't forget that Dirk's been proven innocent. His name is no longer tainted by the charge of murder.
Now the rebels and their sympathizers who have been calling for his release can't be charged with abetting the accused. The revolution is far from over. It's only just begun.
No, Dirk has not yet been proven innocent. You have merely indicated the possibility of his innocence.
What do you mean?
Dirk is indeed dead. However, what if it was Dirk who killed Minister Inga while being channeled by Miss Faye? And while the crime could have occurred at 2 p.m., you have yet to substantively prove it. Or do you have conclusive proof that the time of Minister Inga's death was at 2 p.m.?
Well, no, I don't, but...
It seems further testimony will be required of me. As it would appear that I have fallen under suspicion, I would like to state my case.
Prosecutor Sanmai-D, the rebellion must be snuffed out once and for all. You must prove Dirk Sanmai-D to be the foul murderer that he was, and every last insurgent and their sympathizers must be found guilty under the Defense Culpability Act.
As you wish, Your Eminence.
Why is Nagita doing this? Garan shouldn't have him under her thumb anymore. Amar's not a hostage, so what gives? Nagita, what's left to chain you to her like this? Very well then, Queen Amara. Please proceed with your additional testimony.
You have no proof. Well done, lawyer. You have painted me as a killer with nothing but your silver tongue. However, you have no evidence proving your distasteful theory. Furthermore, Dirk could have committed the crime while being channeled by Miss Faye. Now, let us end this charade. For the eternal glory of Karayin and its people.
Do you understand now, you putrid pepper? There is no point in defending Dirk any longer. It has all been in vain.
Let it go and move on, right? Well, not today.
Your theories are but a pillar of salt that crumbles at the slightest breeze. But no more. This ends here and now.
The defense may proceed with its cross-examination.
Cross-examination. You have no proof. Well done, lawyer. You have painted me as a killer with nothing but your silver tongue.
Convincing others is all part of a lawyer's trade, so I'll take that as a compliment.
You would, wouldn't you? I suppose you have deceived countless souls with your lies, but I should not be surprised considering you learned it from him.
Him? You mean Dirk, right?
Yes, the man who deceived and seduced me, a grand priestess with his silver tongue.
We are still talking about the case, right?
Surely you have heard of a lady falling for the wrong man before.
But to think that I, of all people, would fall under that devil's spell.
Wow, how did they ever get together in the first place, let alone procreate?
I would advise all here today to beware this lawyer Silver Tongue, lest you too be unjustly painted as a criminal as I have been. However, you have no evidence proving your distasteful theory.
I admit I don't have any solid evidence. Yet. But you're the only one who could have committed the crime.
What on earth do you mean?
Including Miss Faye, there are only 3 spirit mediums in Kurayin. Furthermore, when the crime scene was first discovered, Queen Garan was with me and Mr. Wright, while Miss Faye was tied up in the tomb. That means that the Dirk we saw after the minister's murder could only have been channeled by you, Queen Amara.
Insolent lawyer.
Eek! Forgive us, your mercifulness. Really, your majesty?
But have you considered the following defense? What if there was, unbeknownst to us, another spirit medium in Kurayin?
Objection!
Oh, come on. What are the chances?
You lack the evidence to support your claim that Queen Amara is the killer, which is why you have had to use the process of elimination to zero in on her. It therefore stands to reason that you would have to rule out all other possibilities as well. Well, can you eliminate the possibility of another spirit medium? Defense?
Oh, of course I can't.
Under the circumstances, Apollo, there are 2 ways to establish Amara's guilt. We either prove she killed Inga, or prove she was in the tomb.
Which one can I actually prove?
Prove she was in the tomb? Prove she killed Inga?
Queen Amara killed Minister Inga, and I could prove it.
Well now, you seem quite confident. How very intriguing, though I must say, there is nothing that proves that it was I who killed Justice Minister Inga.
So you didn't leave any evidence behind? Is that what you're saying?
Oh, ho, 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 ho. Did you truly believe you could trick me with such an ambiguously phrased question? Were I to answer in the affirmative, you would twist my words into an admission of guilt.
It was worth a shot.
You should know that you cannot prove anything through the deceit of others. If there is something worthwhile to say, then let the evidence speak for itself.
You think I wouldn't if I could?
Now do you see? All its idle speculation in the absence of evidence. Furthermore, Dirk could have committed the crime while being channeled by Miss Faye.
You're saying the Dirk who entered the tomb is the one who killed Mr. Inga?
I am. I stand firm with the prosecution's original charge against the accused. The only issue is whether that Dirk was alive or dead.
That's a pretty major issue.
Oh, I beg to differ. For here in Kurayin, death is not the end. It is merely a change in one's address, for the Twilight Realm is only the next door to over.
Is it really?
It is. Those who have only recently passed away may call upon you in the night. Such occurrences are quite common in our kingdom.
He's kidding, right?
In all the time I've spent here, I'm happy to say that's never happened to me.
Me neither.
You need not fear death. Embrace it, along with your guilt. Then may you begin your journey to the Twilight Realm. Now, let us end this charade for the eternal glory of Kurayin and its people.
Eternal glory?
Once the King of Traitors has been judged and the rebellion quelled for good, peace and prosperity shall return to our fair kingdom. Then shall the blessings of the Holy Mother usher in an age of eternal glory.
With Queen Amara as the Grand Priestess of Kurayin once more, the people would be freed from subversive elements. Faith would blossom anew.
Oh, you are too kind, but I have no intention of resuming my position as Grand Priestess.
What?
I relinquished my position as Queen and Grand Priestess to my sister Garan. And now that my would-be assassin is gone, I am truly free at last. Oh ho ho! Perhaps I shall take a trip or expand my horizons with new training.
Queen Amara?
Looks like she's totally over being Grand Priestess and Queen.
Ha 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 ha! In that case, I shall introduce you to some wonderful classes that I am taking.
Proof that Amara killed Inga.
Do we really have anything like that?
If nothing comes to mind, Apollo, you might need to get some different testimony out of her.
Maybe I should take another look at the evidence we already have, too.
Hold it!
Proof she was in the tomb, maybe?
I can prove that Queen Amara was in the tomb when the murder occurred.
It seems you are ever bent on painting me as the killer.
Well, if the shoe fits.
Very well. Let us see some evidence that proves I was at the scene of the crime. You do have some, do you not? There is nothing to prove I was even at the scene of the crime.
Hold it!
By simply changing into Dirk's clothes and channeling his spirits, it is a fact that the killer altered the crime scene.
How very perceptive of you.
In trying to accomplish everything, the killer would have been pressed for time, and may have committed an error that could prove crucial to this case.
And sometimes the significance of certain pieces of evidence can change in the face of new facts and circumstances. Why don't we take another look at all the evidence we have?
You think I'll see something in a new light? Is there anything from the tomb that's taken on a different meaning now? Only way to find out is to reconsider each piece based on our current understanding.
How about this? A fingerprint was found on the inside of the lid.
Objection!
Queen Amara? Does this pendant look familiar to you?
Why, that is...
We found it in the tomb, and it has the minister's blood on it, which means it was probably dropped in the course of the crime.
Objection!
And I fail to see how it is relevant to your argument. Did that not belong to the accused?
That's what I thought too. After all, Dirk had said it himself. He said that? Yes, but it was a lie, because I believe he was covering for someone.
Covering? How? For who?
There is a certain piece of evidence that shows the pendant isn't Dirk's.
Okay, it's not that. Not that either.
That's a photo of the accused's body, is it not? Yes, it is, and I'd like to call your attention to a certain spot in it. This right here proves that the pendant that was found in the tombs wasn't Dirk's. You will notice an object near Dirk's left arm. It's an identical pendant, except it's blue. Oh, now that you mention it. Don't you find that a little strange? Why would he own two of them, but in different colors? Here's what I think. The pendants were meant to go together as a pair.
A pair?
If the blue pendant was Dirk's, then what about this pink one with Minister Inga's blood on it? Who do you suppose it belongs to?
Objection!
She's twiddling her thumbs.
Sorry to disappoint, but no fingerprints were found on the pink pendant. Therefore, we have no way of knowing to whom it belongs.
Objection!
But that's where you're wrong, Prosecutor Sadmadi. I'm guessing you didn't know that this pendant is actually a locket.
Come again?
Now this is where it gets interesting. When we opened this locket up, we found a faint fingerprint inside, on the back of the lid to be exact.
What? No.
So now the question is, to whom does the fingerprint belong? Queen Amara. It belongs to you, doesn't it? It seems I've truly rendered the witness speechless this time around.
This cannot be. Mother, tell me it does not belong to you.
Yuta, Think about it, Queen Amara. Dirk must have realized that you were channeling his spirit, and he had probably already figured out who the minister's killer was. And yet, He still claimed that the pink pendant belonged to him.
But why would he do such a thing?
You really don't know? He was protecting you. Because he loved you. He loved you until his very last breath and beyond.
I have one more big secret. I'm afraid I can't tell you what it is. I'd be betraying a certain someone if I did.
Dirk knew everything, even that he was being used. But he kept quiet, all for your sake.
Dirk, why do you always...
Well, Queen Amara, Dirk, the one whose love for you never wavered out all these years. Are you going to betray him now?
Dirk, Ah!
This cannot be. I refuse to accept it.
Queen Amara, are you ready to confess to your crime?
I can deny it no longer. The truth is, it was I, Amara Sigatar Kurayin, who slew Minister Inga.
That's preposterous! Why?
That's the second time it's broken, I think, during this trial. He must have a lot of beads.
This is beyond belief.
Mother, why would you?
Forgive me, Nayuta. I never wished to cause you such sorrow. But I had no choice. It was the only way.
The only way? So in the end, Queen Amara and Dirk Sadmadi, I suppose this means that they were unable to reconcile when he was still alive. I don't think the state of the kingdom or the incidents of the past would allow that.
They were prisoners of their shared history, so to speak.
Queen Amara, there's something I need to know. You had staged a near-perfect crime, so why did you bring this pendant into the tomb with you? You should have known it could come back to haunt you.
I do not really understand it myself. I had nearly been assassinated by my own husband, yet I could not bear any hatred toward him. I was unable to discard this, or part with it for even a short time. As with Dirk, I have never stopped loving my husband for the past 23 years.
Mother.
So she really believes it? That Dirk tried to assassinate her?
Pink butterfly pendant updated in the court record. A locket found at the crime scene. It actually belongs to Amara.
Your Majesty, is it not time? Time to declare Dirk innocent? I would ask that you do this for my beloved, who now dwells in the Twilight Realm.
Very well then, Your Eminence, Prosecutor Sanmadi, if you have no further objections.
This cannot be. My mother...
I have no objections.
Dirk, I did it. I finally did it. I proved your innocence. But... Very well then. Being that Queen Amara yet lives, we can no longer charge the accused with assassination that never came to fruition. As for the murder of Minister Inga, the truth has been laid bare for all to see. Therefore, I will now pass judgment upon the accused, Mr. Dirk Sadmadi. Hold it! Your benevolence.
I cannot accept this.
Is something the matter, Your Benevolence?
Queen Amara is lying. It makes no sense. Queen Amara would not have killed my father.
What's with her all of a sudden? Is this some sort of lingering affection towards Nena?
Rafa.
Speak the truth, Amara. Did you really kill my father?
Yes, there is no mistake. She has confessed to the crime, thereby clearing the accused of all suspicion. As such, I see no need to continue these proceedings.
Barbdead! Hornhead! Are you going to let this stand?
Dirk's been proven innocent and is about to be declared not guilty. Even so, something doesn't feel right.
Apollo, if you have any doubts, now's the time to raise them. After all, the courtroom is a place for finding the whole truth. But it's all up to you.
There are definitely things that don't quite add up. Does this mean that the whole truth hasn't been brought to light yet? Should I push to continue this trial?
Push to continue.
Your Majesty, I have a feeling we haven't discovered the whole truth, and the only way we'll ever find it is to continue this trial.
Hornhead!
Very well then, will the defense please tell us this? What important fact about this case has yet to come to light?
Amara's married life, the murder weapon method, the motive.
Queen Amara? There's something I still don't understand. What was your motive for killing Justice Minister Inga?
That is a fair question, and one that I shall now answer. It was for the future of this kingdom that I slew Inga Karkul Kurayin. To avert further tragedy, his death was an unfortunate necessity.
Further tragedy?
Over the past several years, Minister Inga had been rapidly expanding his power. He had established the secret police and was relentless in his pursuit of the insurgents. He even had the overwhelming support of the people, but still he was not satisfied. Hungry for more power, he began planning a coup d'etat.
You mean his plot involving the Founder's Orb, which led to Maya Fey's abduction?
Yes, Minister Inga planned to use the orb to gain access to great spiritual power, after which he would assassinate Garan and usurp the throne.
His machinations were reminiscent of that terrible tragedy of 23 years ago,
and as one affected by that incident, Amar vowed to never allow a repeat of such events. Yes, and the Holy Mother delivered it to me, the perfect opportunity to fulfill my vow. Security amid the courtyard was rather light due to the rite of channeling, and Inga had barricaded himself in the tomb with his hostage, away from prying eyes. I knew I would never again have such a perfect opportunity, so... At 2 p.m. during the rite of channeling, I slipped into the tomb and slew the minister.
My bracelet! Apollo! Yep, it seems this trial is far from over. Queen Amara, I believe you're still hiding something. But if you want to keep on playing this game of hide and seek, then let's start with that last statement you made.
If I must. Listen again. It's not that. It's not that either. Ad starts in 1 minute. Oh.
Gotcha!
Queen Amara, you're not very comfortable talking about the 2 o'clock rite of channeling, are you? I can tell because the finger on your left hand twitched almost imperceptibly when you did.
Oh?
And that pose you make, is there something about your chest that makes you nervous?
Whatever do you mean?
The murder occurred at 2 p.m., and I'm pretty positive Amara was in the tomb at that time. So then why is she so self-conscious about her chest when she talks about the rite?
The rite of channeling. Didn't Albie snap a picture of it?
Queen Amara, I have here a picture of the rite of channeling. It was secretly taken by a certain individual.
Objection!
Such insolence. I would have the perpetrator's name at once.
Sorry, no can do. You see, I just happened to find it on the ground, so...
Do you take me for a fool?
No music during this ad break. Be right back.
Thank you for the lurk, Jazz.
Time to continue the story.
How about we discuss the photo's origin a little later, because right now... There's something much more pressing at hand. I believe this photo merits further examination. I just wish there was more to see in it than darkness and more darkness.
We might be able to make out a few more details with some image adjustments. Let's ask Emma if she can help.
Bailiff, please summon Detective Sky to the Hall of Justice.
Here you are. I was able to obtain a much clearer image by raising the brightness.
What's that right there?
An injury? No, wait, I think it's a burn scar.
Handling photo updated in the court record.
Wait a second. Your Eminence. You don't have a burn scar like that on your chest. What's going on here? If the person in this photo isn't Queen Garan, then who is it? Queen Amara, the person in this photo isn't Queen Garan. It's you posing as her, isn't it? The two of you look quite similar, but that's no surprise considering you're sisters. Even the shape and position of your facial tattoos are almost exactly the same. And you are both capable of channeling spirits. Therefore, it would have been easy for you to impersonate Queen Garan. Queen Amara, you have a burn scar on your chest, don't you? Please remove your round mandala so we can see what's behind it for ourselves. Ah! Look! It's the exact same burn scar as the one in the photo.
I don't understand.
I knew it! So the person in this photo really is... Yes, it's Queen Amara.
This is absurd. Are you suggesting they switch places?
Amara's confession earlier was also false?
Mother, what is the meaning of this?
Don't you see? This changes everything. We know for a fact that this photo was taken at 2 p.m. The exact same time the murder took place.
But that would mean Queen Amara couldn't possibly have committed this crime.
Exactly. She now has an ironclad alibi. So Minister Inga's killer couldn't have been Queen Amara.
I'm afraid I no longer follow defense.
Was it not Queen Amara who channeled the minister and the accused to stage the crime? Yes, that fact has not changed. We have evidence placing her at the scene of the crime. And Dirk could have only been there in the tomb if she were channeling him, which means... While Queen Amara did use spirit channeling to stage the crime, she didn't kill Minister Inga. His real killer is someone else.
Honkunka!
What's going on here?
Was her merciful in its covering for someone? If Queen Kamara is not the killer, then who is it?
Isn't it obvious? Why was this rite held in the first place if Queen Garan wasn't going to perform it? Who's behind the two sisters switching places and for what reason? The answers to these questions, along with the establishment of Queen Amara's alibi, obliterated someone else's alibi.
Why, is this some kind of a joke?
No, Your Majesty. I could never joke about something so grave. The only one who seemed to have a perfect alibi at the time of the murder was Her Eminence, Garan Sigatar Kurayin. Queen Amara, didn't your sister Queen Garan ask you to pose as her and perform the rite of channeling? And didn't she also have you drive Dirk's spirit from Miss Faye's body and then stage the crime to make it look like he was the minister's killer? And at 2 p.m. while you were performing the rite of channeling as Queen Garan, didn't she kill Minister Inga while disguised as Dirk? Well, your mercifulness... It's no use trying to hide it any longer. You need to tell us the truth now.
Mother?
This is Minister Inga's true killer is... Oh!
What? Mother? No! I really did it! Your Eminence! My life is yours!
Isn't he one of Garan's royal guards?
Queen Amara! Bailiff, arrest that guardsman! Mother!
Garan couldn't have... Could she?
Someone call for an ambulance! Quickly, now!
I can't believe she got shot while on the stand! What the fuck? What is happening right now? Why is this trial so long? Accused lobby.
We're lucky the ambulance made it in time, but we've been forced into a recess for now while things get straightened out.
I can't believe what just happened. Tell me about it. Do you think Iran put that guard up to it?
If she did, she's going to regret it. No one gets away with something like that on my watch.
Poor Queen Amara.
Your benevolence? Any news on her condition?
She's undergoing surgery at the hospital as we speak. They are giving her a 50-50 chance of survival, though.
The Kagran! Justice will be served.
Why? How did this happen? Oh, just as we were finally reunited. Oh, Queen Amara.
What was that about being reunited?
Oh, it's nothing.
Right.
How are you, Hornhead? Dirk Sadmadi was your father in all but blood, after all.
Thank you for your concern and your benevolence, but I'm fine. Right now, we still have a trial to see through, so that's what I'm going to stay focused on.
Hornhead, you're sturdier than your stature lets on. Just don't overdo it. Okay, Apollo?
Dirk, that was a real shocker, alright. Can't believe the dragon is dead.
Say, AJ, I was wondering, when Dirk disappeared after I freed him, that's because Amara turned back into herself, right? Yeah, I suppose so, but I don't know if it was because Dirk's spirit willed it, or if it was a part of Garan or Amara's plan.
Man, our dream of revolution. Now what are we gonna do? Is this it?
Don't give up yet. There is a very good chance that Garan is the real culprit in all this. And if we can prove her guilt in court...
Hey, you're right. That could be just the push we need. The dream lives on.
Yes, it does.
You know what that means, AJ. The fate of the revolution rests squarely on your shoulders.
On a day's work. Who am I kidding? That's a ton of pressure. But this is what Dirk gave his life for, so I have to do this for him.
The Honorable Rebel Dirk Sadmadi. I would have loved to have spoken with him while he yet lived.
Really?
Why not? I mean, he seemed like quite an interesting man.
Did she bump her head or something earlier?
The trial is about to resume. The defense is to report to the courtroom at once.
Already? After what just happened?
The first thing Garan would do is respond to that last accusation, so you better stay on your toes, Apollo.
I will, Mr. Wright. Ready or not, Garan, here comes justice.
It's his catchphrase. He said it. He said his catchphrase. High Court of Karayin.
Now then, let us resume today's proceedings. Huh? Where's Nayuta?
I must offer my apologies. I never imagined a royal guardsman would do such a thing.
What? He wasn't acting under your orders? How dare you cast such suspicions upon her eminence?
It is quite alright, your majesty. Suspicion is only natural under such circumstances. But rest assured that he acted alone, for I knew nothing of his plans.
I don't believe that for a second.
Now then, your majesty, regarding the murder of my husband, Minister Inga, I would like to offer a new possibility.
A new possibility, you say?
Indeed, for during the break, the real killer confessed to me.
What?
Bailiff, call the witness to the stand. The real killer confessed? But she got up her sleeve this time.
I have a really bad feeling about this.
Not Nayuta. Not Nayuta. Come on, man. Shut up. No one believes this. Not for a second. Come on.
He's the one who confessed? Prosecutor Sadmadi, you're the real killer?
I questioned him during the recess, as I felt that Amara had been covering for someone. So it was that he confessed his crime to me.
Nayuta, you didn't really do it, did you?
Her Eminence speaks the truth. It was I who killed Justice Minister Inga.
Nayuta! Peace. Prosecutor Sadmadi, are you absolutely certain about this? A confession of this nature is grave indeed.
Yes, I am certain, for I killed him by my own hand.
At last, the real killer has been revealed.
How are we supposed to respond to this?
Nayuta, retract your confession, now!
Mr. Justice, it is not yet time for your cross-examination.
Who cares about that? Admit it, it was Queen Garan who put you up to us. She forced you into giving a confession, didn't she?
You are out of line, Mr. Justice. Learn some self-restraint.
But... my throat.
Or do you have something that might prove that it did not commit this murder?
That is... What do you think you're doing, you idiot?
Truly, the truth can set us free.
Looks like Iran got him to him somehow.
I definitely didn't see this coming.
Nayuta, why are you doing this? Why would you sacrifice even your life to do Garan's bidding? Whatever the case may be, Prosecutor Sanmadi, your testimony, please.
Witness testimony. Nayuta's confession.
I could not remain silent while Her Eminence fell under suspicion for this crime. It was I who murdered Justice Minister Inga. He had to die for the future of Kurayin. I consider it divine judgment it has upon a fiend who sought to assassinate our monarch. My mother was simply covering for me. I'm ashamed I let her go so far for my sake.
You do understand what you're doing, right, Nayuta? You're sentencing yourself to death if you're found guilty.
If that is the court's verdict, then so be it. I must obey the law above all else.
The law, Nayuta, or the queen?
Objection!
Enough! This blather has nothing to do with the witness's testimony.
Please address any issues he may have during the cross-examination defense. Oh, I will. I'm going to blow his problematic testimony to smithereens.
Nayuta, this is very problematic of you. Cross-examination. Nayuta's confession.
I could not remain silent while Her Eminence fell under suspicion for this crime.
You kept quiet all this time, even though you were the real killer?
Yes, and I accept that what I have done can never be forgiven. But I never imagined suspicion would fall upon the Queen herself.
Prosecutor Sanmadi has placed the future of our kingdom above his own life. He has taken responsibility for his crime and is showing his loyalty to Queen and country.
Without a monarch on the throne, Kurayin would be plunged into chaos. I could never wish that upon my homeland. That is why I had to let the truth be known.
What a bunch of baloney. I'm going to ask you again, Nayuta. Did you really kill Minister Inga?
Yes, no matter how many times you ask, Mr. Justice, the truth is immutable. It was I who murdered Justice Minister Inga.
Hold it!
It's not too late. You can still retract your confession before the verdict is rendered.
There is no retracting the truth. One either tells it or does not tell it. It is that simple.
Ugh, why do I always have to be so stubborn? Why do you always have to be so stubborn, Nayuta? I hate how you never listen to reason once you get like this.
I think we'll need some evidence before we can get him to retract his confession. Either that, or we'll have to force a retraction out of him by appealing to what's in his heart.
It's not gonna be easy either way. Prosecutor Sadmati, what was the motive for your crime?
I had reason enough to kill Minister Inga. He had to die for the future of Kurayin.
What do you mean by that?
Minister Inga was planning to assassinate Her Eminence in a coup d'etat. I had to nip this evil in the bud, even if it cost me the purity of my soul.
So you're saying the death of another is a reasonable price to pay to protect the queen?
How long have we remained independent under the authority of our spirit medium queens? We command the people's awe and respect with the power to commune with the dead. Without such a monarch, our kingdom would lose its standing in the world.
But if spirit channeling is so important, why did you have Queen Amara perform the rite?
I'm afraid my elder sister is quite capricious. She would fulfill her duty only when the desire struck, as sporadic as that was. It was therefore something she did on a whim. There was no meaning behind it.
A meaningless whim?
It's hard to press a statement like that.
Now, if I may return to my testimony. I consider it divine judgment cast upon a fiend who sought to assassinate our monarch.
Hold it!
Divine judgment?
Yes, I render judgment upon the minister on behalf of the Holy Mother.
Are you saying the Holy Mother guided you?
No, Her Holiness would never condone killing in her name, regardless of circumstances. As such, I believe my defiled soul will be damned to hell. But I do not regret what I have done. I willingly sacrifice my soul to protect this kingdom's future.
Snap out of it already, Nayuta.
So his motive comes from a place of faith, huh? Why does that sound completely credible when it's coming from him?
Well, Amara expressed a similar motive.
As for her mercilessness, she is truly deserving of her title. My mother was simply covering for me. I am ashamed to let her go so far for my sake.
Hold it!
So you killed Minister Inga and Queen Amara staged the crime? Is that how it went?
Precisely. My mother is as clever as she is kind. She sought to conceal my crime by taking all of the guilt upon herself.
Yet another lie. I need to poke a hole in his testimony, but how? Nayuta, could it be that you didn't know Naina's real identity? You didn't realize that Naina was actually Queen Amara, your own mother?
That is not as strange as you might think. Much time had passed since we last met, after all.
Right, 23 years ago, was it? When Dirk saved her after the supposed assassination attempt?
No, Mr. Justice. It was 15 years ago that Dirk abducted my mother.
Huh? Weird. Are you sure about that?
I remember it clearly. I was around 10 years old at the time.
Nayuta, please add that last statement to your testimony.
I was reunited with my mother, Queen Amara, 15 years ago when Dirk abducted her.
Hold it!
15 years ago, huh? That's around the time I left for the US. What happened after Dirk helped Queen Amara escape?
Agents of the Crown pursued us relentlessly, so we had to live a life on the run. Mr. Justice, know that Dirk sent you away so that you would not be caught up in that life we led.
I see. Thanks. I can't believe it's been 15 years.
Apollo, there's something about Nayuta's testimony.
Yeah, the discrepancy's a bit hard to miss, but what could it mean?
So Nayuta got to meet his mother, back when Dirk rescued her.
That's what he's saying. It's news to me, though. I'd already been sent away by that point. Okay, now that I've dragged more testimony out of him, what can I do with it?
Objection!
You're saying that Dirk made off with Queen Amara 15 years ago. But that's strange, because I heard something very different from Dirk. He said that they ran off together 23 years ago.
That is impossible. I know for a fact it was 15 years ago.
Well, I have evidence that contradicts your statement. How do you explain this photo? Dirk said it was taken 23 years ago.
He didn't actually say that. That's just an assumption Apollo made. And then he just went along with it.
He said that?
He did, but if we take what you just said as fact, then there's something in this photo that doesn't make any sense. This isn't making any sense to me, so I suppose I should ask. What does not make any sense if the photo is only 15 years old?
Probably the baby?
Take that!
Nayuta, this discrepancy may not be directly related to this case, but I don't think we can simply overlook it either. Dirk said the baby in the photo was you. But that doesn't make any sense if the photo is only 15 years old. After all, you said you were around 10 then, right? He's definitely sweating bullets over there over something.
Apollo, if this baby is a Nayuta.
Wait, you don't think... Did Queen Amara have another child while she was on the run? What? And just what if that child were being held hostage? Nayuta, is that why you obey Queen Karan's every command?
You presume too much.
Ah, and that's why Queen Amara was trying to take the rap as well, to protect this other child.
A child born 15 years ago. It would have to be someone who's around 14 or 15 years old now.
This is just a guess. But I believe I know someone who fits the bill. This also explains the strange behavior. This is the child who was born to Dirk and Queen Amara 15 years ago. All those strange statements she kept making, now they all make sense.
Prosecutor Sanmadi, may I ask you something?
Of course, Your Benevolence.
I've been meaning to ask you this since yesterday. Do you know about Queen Amara? And about me?
From where did you hear such a thing?
From Mother, and only yesterday.
Rafa was carrying on about telling the truth to the people. So I told her what the truth really was. For it is up to a mother to discipline her child.
I see.
Can I accept this?
Is something the matter, Your Benevolence?
Queen Amara is lying. It makes no sense. Queen Amara would not have killed my father. Why did this happen? Oh, just as we were finally reunited. Oh, Queen Amara.
Now I see, Nayuta, why you do what you're told. The other child born to Dirk and Queen Amara was... Hold it, Mr. Justice. I believe I know what you're about to say, but I cannot allow you to name an innocent soul as the child of terrible sinners. I thought you might try to stop me. After all, simply revealing this information endangers who you've been trying to protect. Ugh. I think that should make it clear what I'm talking about. This is the chink in your armor, the reason why you fear for your siblings' reputation. Maybe it's this?
Take that!
And that is... a file full of information that Dirk collected on what happened 23 years ago. Of particular note right now is what's written here. The sins of the father are visited upon his children. This deeply held idea is why you were expelled from the royal family. Which means it wouldn't bode well for your sibling either, if she were revealed to be Dirk's daughter. You became a prosecutor to bring down Queen Karan, but at some point you came to serve the very regime you despised, and that was because the queen found this chink in your armor. That's how she came to use your sister against you.
Nayuta, have you been keeping the secret all this time? Have you been trying to protect me?
You are innocent party to all this. I live only to safeguard the law and serve the country and queen from which it flows. One such as you, who is destined to ascend to the throne, need not fret over one such as I.
No, I can't accept that. What you say is, it's malarkey. Don't you even care what happens to you?
Before country, queen, law, and everyone's future, my personal feelings are of no consequence. That is why I resigned myself to my fate. I know I must accept the status quo without any thoughts of change. Spoken like a true prosecutor and patriot, I shall continue to rule Kurain until the day Rafa succeeds me, for that is what is best for our kingdom.
I know, Your Eminence.
Yours is no small sacrifice, but I promise you this, in exchange for your life, the child shall remain safe and the kingdom shall prosper.
That is all I can ask for with my meager existence.
Nayuta, is this really the new you? Resigning yourself to the will of another and killing any hope you held for the future? No! The Nayuta I knew would never let himself be turned into this.
Now, Your Majesty, if you would hand down your verdict.
Objection!
You can say you're simply accepting your fate, Nayuta, but I know that deep down there is still hope in your heart. Oh, Holy Mother, preserve me. It's the kind of hope that perseveres through the most desperate of times, and it's what binds you, me, and Dirk together, as a family. I know because this has been demonstrated to me that you haven't lost all hope yet.
Take that!
When you interrogated Dirk, you confiscated all of his possessions as potential evidence, all except this.
Did he take your attorney's badge too?
No, I thought it strange, but just when it looked like he was going to take it from me, he changed his mind.
So tell me, Nayuta, why didn't you take his badge? You couldn't bear to take it from him, could you? And I know why. It's because this badge means something special to us. Hey, Dirk, why do you still wear your badge? You're not a lawyer anymore, right?
This badge is my heart and soul, son. I'll never stop trying to realize my dream, not until my very last breath.
A dragon never yields, right?
Exactly. Nayuta, Apollo, I vow to restore Koraiin's legal system to its rightful state one day. I want to pass on to you a world where you can live free from the fear of tyranny.
You may say you've given up, but that's not how it really is it? You never gave up, and you never will, because you still believe that all of the wrongs will be righted someday, don't you?
You are very perceptive, Mr. Justice. It may very well be as you say. Why did I not just confiscate this badge? Even I did not know, until now. Perhaps I was waiting for him to save me.
Save you?
Yes, save me. Like he did on that day. Nayuta, Apollo! Hold on, I'm coming! What father wouldn't risk his life to save his own children? Nayuta, Apollo, don't you ever hesitate to call when you need me, understand? Someday, he would come and free our family from the chains of the past. Perhaps, deep down, that is what I believed. I believed in Dirk, our father.
Nayuta, I knew you.
However, it was but a dream, and now that dream has died. Murdered along with Dirk. So now as the eldest, the responsibility falls squarely onto me. No matter the cost, I must protect her. Please try to understand, Apollo. Understand why I shall bear all this sin. It is the only way.
But
Such insolence!
You have wasted more than enough of my time, lawyer. Do you not see the futility of your desperate floundering, the immutability of his duty? It is time to accept defeat.
ugh.
Now watch as the hammer of justice comes down upon your dear brother. Your Majesty, the verdict, if you will.
Yes, Your Eminence.
Objection!
Wait a second. What did I do? Does the defense wish to raise an objection? There's gotta be some way to save Nayuta.
Apollo, it all goes back to that incident 23 years ago. It's branded him the son of a criminal.
So if we could once and for all prove that Dirk didn't try to assassinate Amara.
Right. Nayuta and Raifa's father would no longer be viewed as a criminal.
But I thought there wasn't any evidence yet left, because it was all destroyed in the fire. And Dirk investigated the matter for years, but never managed to learn anything new.
Really? Nothing at all? Could an exceptional lawyer like Dirk try that long and really uncover nothing at all? He had over 2 decades, Apollo.
Huh? He's right. I doubt Dirk would have gone to his grave without discovering something new. He must have secretly planted something to topple Garan with somewhere.
Take another look at the evidence. You just might find what we need to break out of the situation within there.
Got it. If the defense is done stalling for time, I shall now render my verdict. No, wait! About the assassination attempt 23 years ago. The defense has some new information it would like to share. You do? Well, we had intended to deliberate that case in the course of this trial. Dirk, did you leave something behind for me? Is there some connection I'm missing here? Very well then. What is the source of the new information about the case from 23 years ago?
it this? Not that. It's not that. Not the autopsy report. Not the diagram. Not the crime photo. It's not the gemstone. Not the pink butterfly pendant. It's not the mysterious bloodstain. It's not the painkiller shots. It's not the Inga's notepad. It's not the woman's photo. Or the channeling photo. Or Albie's statement. Not Dirk's logbook. Okay, well, I'm gonna go with the assassination file.
This is my source. Oh, and just how are we to obtain new information from it? If we take a closer look at it, I'm sure it will...
Such insolence!
Ah! Sorry! Try again, Mr. Justice.
Apollo, trials here are a little different than the ones back home. So things that wouldn't be considered evidence back there can have a huge impact on the case here. With that in mind, why don't you take a good look at the court record again? I think you'll find what Dirk left for you.
Okay. I'd like to try that again, Your Majesty. If that is your wish, very well then. What is the source of your new information about the case from 23 years ago?
Okay, well, it wasn't that. I'm looking it up. Okay, it's Dirk's badge.
This is my source.
Oh, okay, it's not Dirk's badge. The photo of my father. I guess that is the only other option, huh? I should have just chosen it.
A photograph? Yes. Do you recall the traveling musician who died in that fire 23 years ago? How could anyone forget such a painful chapter in our history? The poor fellow was caught up in the blaze that was meant for Queen Amara. We never knew his identity, though, as his belongings were burnt to ashes. Well, about that, the truth is, he is my biological father. Oh? What?
Why, of course, with his photo and her benevolence.
Exactly. We might be able to prove Dirk completely innocent. And that would free her from the infamy of having criminal blood in her veins. Because here in Kurayin, we can witness the final memories of the dead.
What utter nonsense!
There was no evidence left in the wake of that blaze. That's what you think. But Dirk went to the ends of the earth to bring this little souvenir back for us.
You did?
Yep, and boy is it the best piece of evidence ever. He knew that with it, we'd finally be able to conclusively settle the matter here in court and save his children. Your Majesty, the defense requests that we hold a divination seance for this new victim.
Objection!
What a waste of time! The events of 23 years past have already been deliberated at length.
Objection!
But wasn't Dirk on trial for that incident as well today? So we wouldn't be doing our jobs if we failed to look into this new lead, would we? Ah! As the presiding judge, I will now share my thoughts on the matter. The attempted assassination of Queen Amara is a case we can ill afford to leave open, and I believe that the final memories of the victim will prove to be very important. Therefore, it is the opinion of this court that we should conduct another divination seance.
Why, you?
Your benevolence. If you knew the full name of the victim seen in this photo, you'd be able to perform a divination seance, right?
Of course, leave it to me.
Thank you. My father's full name is Jove Justice.
All right.
Now, your benevolence, please commence the divination seance when you are ready.
O Holy Mother, we hold this divination seance in your name. Let the eyes of everyone here be clear and our ears be unstopped. O dance of devotion, guide the victim's soul to me so that we may receive their final memories in the pool of souls.
Burning. Heat. Crying. It's Apollo! Pain. Crying. Metallic sound.
The spirit of the victim has granted us a window into its final moments. It would appear the divination seance was a success. So those were my father's final moments.
That baby we saw must have been you, Apollo.
I will now decipher the experience of the deceased. Are you ready, Hornhead?
Yes, please proceed.
Very well. Here are my interpretations of the facts as gleaned from the seance vision.
Insight. Rafa's insight.
Someone attempted to assassinate Queen Amara by setting her residence ablaze. Hornhead's father happened to stop by and was knocked out by the assassin. Dirk's fingerprints were discovered on the lighter found at the scene of the crime. That is how he was determined to be the assassin. Hornhead's father tried to save his son, but sadly he perished in the attempt. That is everything that the deceased experienced in his final moments.
My father's final memories. They're right here for everyone to see, but can any of them unlock the truth behind what happened 23 years ago?
Pain. I see his hand in the reflection in the mirror. Burning, crying. Who is that? Looks like it was Amara. Someone dropped the lighter. Someone wearing a brown glove. Definitely wasn't Jove, because he's wearing a white glove instead. As always, I'm very unsure. These are just very difficult for me. Looking up the answer. Third statement, fourth panel.
Objection!
Dirk's fingerprints were discovered on the lighter that was found at the crime scene. However, the hand holding the lighter in the seance vision appears to be gloved.
Ah! I believe you're right. What could this mean?
It calls into question whether the hand in the vision really was Dirk's. If only we could make out the details a little better.
Very well. I will attempt to focus a bit more on what the deceased saw. Perhaps that will help refine the seance vision.
Things are a lot clearer now.
It does seem that there was a glove on that hand. Still, what significance could that have?
It means that Dirk's fingerprints got on the lighter at some other time. Somebody could have even put them there after the fire.
Objection!
All you have is pure speculation, while the fact remains that they are his fingerprints. Therefore, it stands to reason that Dirk was the one who used the lighter.
Objection!
It just means I have to prove that the figure in the vision is someone else, using the information in my father's final memories.
Either way, it seems that I must revise my insights.
Insight revised. But if someone had put his prints on the lighter after the fact, then we know not to whom it belongs.
Okay, she's updated her insights. Time to go over them and see if there are any new inconsistencies to be found.
Heat, burning, crying, pain, metallic sounds, there was nothing new. I'll confess, I'm having such a hard time with this that I'm just looking up the answer. Whoops.
Objection!
Wait, then this means that the real culprit is... The figure in this vision is clearly not Dirk. The distinctive band around their wrist gives their true identity away.
Ah! That design, it cannot be.
This will prove just whose hand was captured in the seance vision.
Take that!
Huh? That is not what I expected, Hornhead.
Guess I got that wrong. My mistake, sorry.
Your Majesty?
As you wish, your benevolence. If the court would give me another chance.
That photo! So you do believe the culprit to be...
Justice Minister Inga had cuffs with the exact same pattern on them. You're referring to the cuffs of justice, correct? Yes, I hear they're a traditional part of a Koreanese justice minister's attire. But what does this tell us? It tells us that the figure in the vision is none other than Karain's late Minister of Justice, Inga Karkul Karain.
No, not my father!
So he plotted the assassination of the former queen as well as the current one?
Justice Minister Inga? So then, Dirk's innocent of both charges?
The Defiant Dragons, they've been right all along. Nayuta?
What you've proposed is not possible, Apollo. For back then, Inga Karkul Karayin was not the Minister of Justice.
What?
The Justice Minister 23 years ago was... you, Queen Goran.
What?
Oh, right. She served as the Minister of Justice before succeeding the throne. I guess she also prosecuted the assassination attempt 23 years ago as one.
So then, the figure in this vision is actually...
Your Eminence, it's you, isn't it?
This is madness. Why would Her Eminence do such a thing?
Because she would ascend to the throne.
She wanted to usurp the throne from her sister Amara? That's why she tried to assassinate her? I find this all very hard to swallow.
Your Eminence, are you the one responsible for tearing my family apart?
And was it you who killed my father? Well, Your Eminence, I'm asking you a question.
Such insolence!
Peasants. Always carrying on about things of no import.
You do not deny it then. You concealed the truth and used me for your own designs?
Oh, Nayuta, spare me your feeble-minded line of questioning. Even if Dirk were cleared of all charges, it shall still be I who decides Rafa's fate. You do wish for her to be queen someday, do you not? Remember, the child lives only by my good graces. Now kneel before me and fulfill your end of the bargain by offering me your head.
Your Eminence, I am done heeding your commands. Even as you used my sister against me, I still believed in you. I believed that protecting your secrets was in the best interest of this kingdom. But you've been deceiving me all the while.
Nayuta.
Nayuta, you dare defy me?
Your Eminence, I can turn the other cheek no more. Therefore, I hereby retract my confession in the murder of Justice Minister Inga.
Retract, you say? Dirk, the final piece of evidence you left behind, has released Nayuta from his suffering. And now, he's finally free.
In all this time, not once did I reflect on my own conduct, for I had believed all was fate. Lost in my own sense of resignation, I was unable to wake from my despair. But you, Apollo, you have awakened me with your demonstration of our father's creed.
A dragon never yields.
I will carry on Dirk's legacy and fulfill his dream. Hear me, Goran. I will cast you down from your bloody throne. Long live the revolution!
Insolent fool! Now even you prattle on about revolution? Would you look at that? Well, Apollo, it seems we're finally making some headway down the road that Dirk carved out for us.
Yeah. Now if we could just prove Goran's guilt, we could continue on down that road towards the revolution Dirk dreamed of.
Your Eminence,
you have been accused of the crime committed 23 years ago. Would you like to say anything in your defense?
Not so fast, Your Majesty. For the cuffs could have been stolen and used without my knowledge. So you see, they can hardly be considered proof of anything.
Why, I believe you're right. Ugh, but we know she's guilty.
Well, lawyer, is there any other evidence you would have me refute?
Unfortunately, this photo was the last piece of evidence Dirk left for me. So as far as evidence goes, I've got nothing else regarding that case from the past. However, now that Prosecutor Sanmadi has retracted his confession, we'll have to redeliberate the current case from scratch.
Yes, the defense speaks the truth. Even though it is clear who the guilty party is.
Queen Karan, the defense accuses you of the murder of Justice Minister Inga Karkul Karayin. But, do you have any evidence, defense? Evidence that will prove Karan was the killer?
There is still one more avenue for us to explore, Mr. Justice.
There is?
Minister Inga's final memories. In them, the minister's killer posed as Dirk. Therefore, one must ask, how did the killer dispose of their disguise?
Hey, you're right. A lot of blood would have spattered onto the killer, so the blood-soaked clothes would have to be dealt with somehow. But if they're still around somewhere, then...
I was wondering what absurd idea you would concoct next. Clothing can be disposed of most anywhere. I doubt you could find them now.
Then you don't know us very well. Your benevolence?
Yes?
On the day of your father's murder, you had been watching the courtyard from 2 p.m. Now, during that time, you saw Queen Goran, did you not?
Yes, I did. I saw my mother entering the palace from the courtyard, but I was told not to mention it because it had nothing to do with my father's murder.
Rafa, you would not dare.
When the queen headed into the palace, did she have Dirk's clothes in her possession?
No. No, she did not.
So, maybe she disposed of them somewhere in the courtyard.
The police did a thorough sweep of the area following the crime, but they did not find anything resembling Dirk's clothes. But you knew that already, didn't you, prosecutor?
Yes, I admit no clothing was found.
Heh, so you admit that you were merely speculating, chasing phantoms and delusions of evidence that never existed.
This makes no sense. Clothing doesn't just disappear like that.
If Garan wasn't carrying any clothes, she must have gotten rid of them somewhere. Somewhere where she thought they'd never be found.
Where'd they never be found, huh? I believe Dirk's clothes were hidden here.
Take that!
The tomb? You believe the clothing was hidden there? Yes, it's the only place it can be. Very well. Where in the tomb do you believe the clothes were hidden?
Take that!
Of course, that makes perfect sense. The clothes weren't simply hidden, they were returned to where they belonged. Ah!
Ad starts in 1 minute.
And by that, you mean... the killer would have had to get Dirk's clothes from somewhere. Luckily, they were right there.
Yes, of course. At the time of the minister's murder, Dirk's body was already in the sarcophagus. The killer could have simply borrowed his clothes.
Yeah, right. Before the minister entered the tomb, the killer put on Dirk's clothes and then hid behind the curtain above the sarcophagus. And after the minister was killed, Dirk's clothes were returned to his body.
So what? This is still all speculation. We know not whether those clothes were actually used in the murder. Therefore, you cannot prove that they are somehow connected to this case.
Objection!
Okay, ad break starts soon, so I'll be right back.
Welcome back. Let's finish this shit.
That's where you're wrong, but I believe you already knew that. These clothes were definitely used during the minister's murder because of this.
Okay, the eye patch is on the right side.
The bloodstains on Dirk's chest are no doubt the result of being shot by the minister. However, that doesn't explain everything. There's also some blood spatter extending from his left elbow to his abdominal area. I believe this blood spatter came from... If the killer wore these clothes during the murder, then the blood spatter must have come from Minister Inga.
I had thought he was all Dirk's, but that makes sense. Only one way to be sure, though. Let's get those stains analyzed right away.
Indeed, this may be the conclusive evidence we need to prove the Queen's guilt.
You cannot prove it was I who hid those clothes. They could very well have been hidden by a third party.
But could they really? I'd say the possibility of someone other than Garan hiding the clothes does not exist. No, it's just not possible. Your Eminence, I recall you saying the following.
The key to Amara's sarcophagus is under the protection of the royal family. My husband and I are the only ones who could open it. Therefore, it would be impossible for some knave to open it.
Oh! That was your own testimony, word for word.
Why, you insolent!
Admit it. Only you could have hidden Dirk's clothes after they were used in the murder. And that means you are the one who killed Justice Minister Inga.
Hey, significant worm! You dare accuse me, the ruler of Kurayin? Do not think...
Objection!
Do not think for one moment that such impudence will be tolerated.
I'm afraid such arguments are invalid here in this sacred hall, Your Eminence, because even monarchs aren't above the law. It's the end of the line for you, Queen Garan. It's time to come down from that lofty throne and face justice.
Me, face justice? Surely you jest. You are in no position to force my hand, lawyer.
Oh?
Surely you haven't forgotten about the Defense Culpability Act. Those who would support criminals will be deemed just as guilty. In short, should I be convicted of murdering my husband, your dear brother, who delivered false testimony in my defense, shall also be found guilty.
What? That can't be, can it? By delivering false testimony in the course of protecting a guilty party, he would certainly be judged by this court as having supported a criminal, and the Defense Culpability Act would most definitely come into play. But that law is so broad that anyone could be convicted under it. When it comes to the DC Act, even I am conflicted, and yet as it currently stands, it is the law of the land, and as you said earlier, no one is above the law.
Of all the absurd things I've seen, this law really takes the cake.
Now what? What can we even do at this point?
You need not look so forlorn. Dirk has been cleared of all charges. Let us leave all thoughts of the real killer in Revolution in the past where they belongs.
She wants us to just let her off scot-free? And yet, I don't see any other choice.
We cannot yield to her here, Apollo. If it will move the revolution forward, I will gladly face the DC Act. Now do it. Accuse Queen Garan of the crime she has committed.
But...
Such insolence!
What you speak of is not revolution. Our kingdom will not function without its sovereign. And Rafa cannot ascend to the throne, for she is as yet incapable of channeling spirits. Thus to accuse me is to wish destruction upon our fair kingdom, you terrorist.
Terrorist?
If you would still insist on accusing me, then as ruling sovereign of Krayin, I proclaim the following. All who imperil the crown, no matter the reason, shall be subject to immediate execution upon the Queen's orders.
What? Immediate execution?
Do you still not comprehend? Then let me be clear. For the sake of this kingdom's future, and in accordance with the laws of Krayin, I command that you be put to death at once.
What the? Isn't this going a bit too far? Why is the Quran Royal Guard?
They were on standby in case of an attack by foolishly optimistic terrorists. Now, if you would continue to oppose me, the very embodiment of the law, then under my regal authority, you shall all be put to death. Her evil laugh.
Oh, come on, this is insane even for you. You can't possibly get away with something like this. This is a court of law. You can't just order our execution without due process.
Hold it!
Now look, Apollo. Truth and due process are certainly important, but so is your life. So think before you speak again.
But... Please, Apollo, do not make this any worse than it already is. I cannot lose you to the Twilight Realm too. What am I supposed to do? How do I win against an opponent that can rewrite the law as she sees fit? How can I ever bring her to justice? Is this really how it all ends?
It is your life or your accusation, lawyer. You cannot hope for both. It is time to cease this insanity.
What do I do? Should I accuse Queen Garan?
Accuse.
I know what I have to do. Mr. Wright, you know that saying you're constantly reminding me of Athena of? The worst of times are when lawyers have to force their biggest smiles.
You never fail to surprise me, Apollo.
And Nayuta, you know that creed we've known ever since we were kids? A dragon never yields.
Apollo.
They are not merely words. They are what's carried us this far. So now it's time to honor these words and the memories of the ones who gave them to us.
I couldn't agree with you more, Apollo. Those words are more important to me than you know. And if there's any time to remember them now, it's now. It would seem, Apollo, that not one but two auspicious creatures dwell deep within you. A fierce dragon and a virtuous phoenix that shall scatter the clouds hiding the heavens. I shall join you in your death-defying bluff.
I think I finally understand what those words really mean, and the resolve they embody.
Are you smiling? Even in the face of certain doom? Is there no end to your defiance?
Unfortunately for you, no. I won't let fear or even the law force me to abandon the pursuit of truth, because there is another saying in my country, the truth will set you free.
Indeed, that is precisely what Dirk sought to do through this trial. He wished for us to break free from a certain despicable spiders and mobilizing silk threads. We won't be intimidated by unjust laws or given to fear. Abandoning the truth like that is just not part of my playbook. There's only one path before us, revolution. The time to make Dirk's dream a reality is upon us.
Your Eminence, if you are the law here in Kurayin, then your very existence is wrong.
Does your desperate bleeding know no end? I know it's a bit late to ask, but what's the plan?
Well, if Garan is going to execute us on the spot under the Defense Culpability Act, and the law itself derives its power from the authority of the Crown, then there's only one thing to do. We dethrone her. Right here, right now.
Alright, but how? It's not like we have a lot of time to come up with a way to do it either. I doubt she'll allow you to perform another cross-examination while we think.
Don't worry, I'll come up with something. We'll be fine. We can't give up. Not now. We have to keep on fighting to the end. We can't allow these broken trials to go on. It's time to make things right.
Brain blast time.
If I accuse Garan, Nayuta will be subject to the Defense Culpability Act, which means he will be put to death in accordance with the law.
So the only way out of this is to dethrone Goron right now. Could this be the key to dethroning Goron? The Founder's Orb? Is the Founder's Orb the key to revolution? Dirk was convinced that the orb was the key to the revolution in Karain's future. In light of Goron's obsession with the orb, it makes a large amount of sense. She probably doesn't want anyone using it to gain spiritual powers and rights to the throne. Inga definitely tried to do just that, but that's where it starts to fall apart. Inga couldn't have channeled the Founder even after abducting Miss Faye, after all. He didn't know the Founder's name. Inga didn't know the Founder's name. The name of the Founder is only known to those who become Queen. That means the only people who currently know her name are Goron and Amara. So even if someone else had the orb, they wouldn't be able to channel the Founder. So that begs the question, why is Goron so fixated on the orb? Okay, let's not overthink this. Goron is obsessed with the orb because she wants to clear her name? She can't channel spirits. Which would be why Amara was doing the channeling right. Could it be? It's hard to believe, but if she wants spiritual power, does that mean Goron can't channel spirits? That would explain why she had Amara perform the rite of channeling. Is that why she let Amara live? To stand in for her when the time came to channel spirits? So if Goron can't channel spirits, she'd have no claim to the throne. Goron has no claim to the throne. Goron's Defense Culpability Act was established under the Crown's authority, but if she has no claim to the throne, then the DC Act would become null and void. No, not just the DC Act. All of the insane laws she'd enacted would be swept away in one fell swoop. You claim the authority of the Crown? You, of all people? That's a good one. Have you truly lost it, lawyer? Indeed, I would have the defense explain himself at once. It's easy, your majesty. Why is Queen Goron so obsessed with the Founder's Orb? Why did she let Queen Amara live? And why was she having her mercifulness perform the rite of channeling in her place? The answer to these three questions point to a single conclusion, a fact that will shake this kingdom to its very core.
I still do not follow, Apollo.
Your Eminence, I have just one question for you, and please be honest. You can't actually channel spirits, can you?
What? You believe the Queen is not capable of communing with the dead?
The defense will explain himself at once. And Kurayin, the ability to channel spirits is an absolute requirement for a would-be queen. But your Eminence, if you were capable of doing that, incapable, then you'd have no claim to the throne. Not only that, but every law you've passed would be rendered null and void. And you, the Grand Royal Guard. You seem to be rather enamored with the Queen's supposed spiritual power. But what if she had none? What if she were just an ordinary person, a pretender to the throne? That's crazy talk. Impossible! Everyone knows only spirit mediums can become queen. Such blasphemy. On what grounds do you make such a defamatory claim? Queen Goron, if you think I'm just out to defame you, then prove it. Prove it using this piece of evidence you want so badly. All the conditions for summoning the Founder should be in place. With the orb, we know what the Founder looks like. And as Queen, you should know the Founder's name. Now, if you would, Your Eminence, please show us the great spiritual power you bear as Grand Priestess of Kurayin. Oh, to witness Her Eminence's great power with our own eyes? The Holy Mother will appear before us? Oh, great miracle of miracles! Praise be Your Eminence! May your mighty spiritual power show us the way! Enough! Enough, I say, you mindless cretins! Your Eminence? Can it be that you cannot? No, I want a lawyer. Summon one at once.
Objection!
Aren't you forgetting something? There aren't any lawyers left in Kurayin. You can thank your Defense Culpability Act for that. Ugh! Your Eminence, please give us a glimpse of your magnificent spiritual power. Summon Her Holiness so she may be
She may guide us. I've heard enough from you. Out of my sight, all of you. If you truly are incapable of channeling spirits, then get on with it already, Your Eminence. You sneaky, underhanded wretch of a lawyer. That reminds me. You said something to this effect earlier. It is time to cease this insanity. Don't you feel stupid for saying that now? Indeed. Of all the things she has said, I think of nothing more ludicrous. Apollo, teach this deceitful, putrid queen a lesson she wants to forget. Gladly, because it really is time to cease this insanity. Goron? Your reign of terror ends here. Very well. Demonstrating my facility as a spirit medium is simple enough. Behold, the magnificent power to commune with the dead. Oh, Your Eminence! Oh, great spirit of the founder who dwells in the Twilight Realm. Heed the secret covenant of the orb and appear here before us.
Oh, here he comes.
What's wrong? Are you not feeling well? Huh? Oh, Spirit of Founder, grace us with your sacred presence. The time is now. I beseech you, appear before us. Heed my call. Founder, please. Harn! Gasp. No, wait. I was just warming up. The rite actually starts from now. Look. Ugh. Holy Mother.
Prosecutor Satmadi, how is Her Eminence?
It seems she now believes that she herself is the Holy Mother.
I see, but her attempt at spirit channeling failed, did it not?
Sadly, she seems unable to accept the facts. Sigh. I fear it will be quite a challenge to question her later.
And what, if I may ask, was her motive? I understand that she killed Minister Inga in order to prevent his coup d'etat. But what of her attempt to assassinate Queen Amara 23 years ago? To become queen herself? Maybe she just craved power and attention.
She likely developed a psychological complex from her inability to channel spirits. That is why she kept Queen Amara alive to perform the rite of channeling for her. In that way, it would seem as if she had great spiritual power. In short, she built a cult of personality upon fear and lies. Then again, do not all tyrants? So then, she never really intended to kill Amara, huh?
What I don't understand is why Queen Amara ever listened to Goron in the first place, especially 14 years ago before Rafa was being held hostage. Why would she keep letting the people of Karayin think she was dead, while she kept quietly performing the rite of channeling for Goron?
My mother is a gentle soul by nature, and loves her sister dearly. So when Goron told her to hide because Dirk was out to kill her, she believed it. What's more, she did not wish to tarnish the name of her beloved sister. That is why she acquiesced so obediently to Goron's request to keep channeling for her. Until she fled with Dirk and was told the truth, that is.
So that's what happened.
And since Rafa was being held captive, I imagine Amara had no choice but to help cover up the truth behind Inga's murder.
Yeah, living secretly as Rafa's servant, Nena, no doubt only deepened her love for her daughter. She'd do anything to keep her safe.
All the more reason to hide the painful truth from her.
Well, that was a case for the ages. Prosecutor Sadmaidi has been cleared of all suspicion in the murder of Minister Inga, as has Mr. Dirk Sadmaidi in the assassination attempt on Queen Amara. Now then, I think it is high time I handed down my verdict on Dirk and Nayuta Samadi.
Not guilty. Wow, how beautiful.
No one there.
Dirk, I hope you're watching. I proved your innocence. Nayuta's smiling again. And that revolution you've always dreamed of is finally happening. With this, may I finally say, this court is adjourned.
Accused lobby. Way to go, Apollo! I was on the edge of my seat when those guards stormed the courtroom.
That was a shocker, all right. Can't imagine anything like that happening back home.
I know, right? I was ready to go on down there and teach them a lesson myself.
Really?
I was barely able to hold her back. Holding me back? You were about to go ballistic after a while there, Athena. Yeah, well, I was thinking about helping you smack a few of them down, to be honest.
Remind me to never say or do anything to deserve a Maya Athena double suplex.
You did a fine job out there today, Apollo.
Thanks for all the great advice, Mr. Wright.
Nah, it was all you. And my trusty walkthrough. That perseverance and never say die attitude you showed was impressive. I actually learned a thing or two myself.
What? From me? That's a laugh.
There were any number of times where I wouldn't have blamed you for giving up, but you stuck it out to the end and came away triumphant. By sheer force of will and inner strength forged in countless trials, you overcame the most desperate and hopeless situation I've ever seen.
I don't know about all that.
I mean it. You've really come a long way, Apollo. I have nothing but respect for your abilities as an attorney.
Really? Aren't you exaggerating just a little bit, Mr. Wright?
You did it, Apollo. You finally won his seal of approval. But what about me, Nick? My channeling's come a long way too. After all, I was deemed worthy enough to be used in 2 major crimes already. Yeah, and 2 major chances for me to become someone for you to channel next.
Honestly, I couldn't have done this without the support of each and every person here. Mr. Wright, Athena, Nayuta, and of course, Dirk.
That was pretty cool, Polly.
Druzy?
Druzy, what are you doing here? It's magic!
I'm afraid she employed the old let's stow away Mr. Edward's suitcase trick.
What?
Though it certainly explained why my suitcase was so heavy.
Tell me you at least noticed it was heavier than usual.
Druzy? Do you even have a passport?
My magic panties are in extra-dimensional space. It's like a mini-universe in there. I could produce a passport at the drop of my hat.
Right. Maybe some things in this world are better left a mystery.
Cornhead, Barbed Head. I am forever in your debt for what you've accomplished in this Hall of Justice. Without your presence, I may have never changed as I have this day. It's pathetic, I know.
That's where you're wrong, your benevolence. It was you who changed yourself. Only you could choose to defy Garan. And that decision was yours and yours alone.
That's right. All we did was present you with an opportunity. And you made your use of it with gusto. This victory is yours, your benevolence. You should be proud of yourself. I see. So, I am worthy of my title after all. Ha! Ha 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 ha! I shall work to heal our kingdom so that it may know peace and prosperity once more.
You sure bounce back quick. So your benevolence, I take it you learned the truth of your origins? That you are the daughter of Dirk and Queen Amara?
Yes, my mother. Her Eminence told me. She said it was a part of my disciplining.
If you can call it that.
Sounds more like blackmail. Keep quiet or I'll tell everyone you're the daughter of a criminal. My mother was so insufferable, or should I say my former mother.
Sounds like there was no love lost there.
But you cleared Dirk's name. My true father will no longer be known as a criminal. Therefore, I have nothing more to fear.
So what's next for the kingdom of Kurayin? You lost your queen, so...
Her benevolence, Princess Rafa, will ascend to the throne.
Nayuta, but she can't channel spirits yet, right?
Indeed, which is why I will act as regent on her behalf, until the day she comes into her own.
Yes, your help would be greatly appreciated, Prosecutor Sad. Big
Buh?
bruh.
Is she going to say what I think she is?
What are you looking at, you horn-headed nincompoop?
Ouch!
In any event, I will be assisted by Nayuta and Queen Amara for the time being.
Queen Amara?
Our country offers counsel to the rulers of neighboring kingdoms through channeling. It is a duty I intend to fulfill myself one day. But for now, I will have Queen Amara assist me in that capacity.
So then, she's going to be alright?
Yes, it seems the bullet went straight through her without doing any serious damage.
That's a relief.
You did it, AJ! Thanks to you, both Dirk and Nayuta beat the tragedy against them. And you got the revolution rolling to boot.
The revolution. Dirk. I guess you were right to believe in me after all.
Yes, sir. There's gonna be some major changes around here. The legal system's gonna return to its rightful states, like how Dirk always wanted. And the name of Apollo Justice will go down in Kurai's history.
Hahaha, yeah, right. Oh, Nayuta, before I forget, there was something I wanted to give you before I head back home.
You wish to give me something?
Yes, as Dirk's birth son, I think you should have this.
This is Dirk's.
I have to get back to the States, and I know you're a prosecutor and all, but as the man that's going to change Kurain, it's only right that you have it.
To change Kurain?
Yeah, in Dirk's place.
Apollo, I'm afraid I must refuse your gift.
What? Why?
There is something I would like to show you.
Huh? What's this all of a sudden?
Mr. Wright, won't you and your friends please join us?
Oh, sure.
Former Sadmadi law offices.
So why did you bring us here, Nayuta?
Apollo, I want you to stay here in Kurain.
What? But why?
We have lost our queen and our kingdom stands at a crossroads. Most of all, we need to rebuild our entire legal system. Naturally, that includes the reintroduction of lawyers to the court.
Wait, you're not asking me to...
Yes, I want you to take over this law office. With you as a lawyer and me as a prosecutor, we shall rebuild Kurain's legal system from the ground up.
You want me to help you rebuild the legal system? That's a lot to take in.
Apollo, I cannot do this without you. As a lawyer, you are Dirk's spiritual heir. And having studied in America, your legal knowledge will be indispensable.
This is way out of my league.
The revolution is still in its infancy, but it was Dirk's dream to restore the legal system to its rightful state. Will you not help me realize that dream? Come on, AJ. You know it's what Dirk would want. Let's do it together. You must be taken aback by my sudden request, but please give it some thought.
Of course. I'm honored that you asked. Still, I have my job back at the right anything agency to consider, too.
Don't you worry about that, Apollo. Besides, this is something only you can do.
Something only I can do?
I mean, to be completely honest, our office would be a bit short on firepower without you around, but hey.
Mr. Wright.
Actually, I'm sorry, but I can't go on board with this.
Athena?
I mean, there's still so much I want to learn from you, Apollo. That's right. It won't be the same without you. And everyone back home would really miss you too. There's no way I can agree to this. Still, if you really wanted to stay. Yeah, Athena's right. It won't be easy, but...
Athena, Trucy.
Apollo, no one but you can make this decision. Know that I will not question whatever choice you make.
Our flight leaves tomorrow morning, Apollo. Think you can make up your mind by then?
I'll try. Talk about a difficult decision. Should I go back to the US and continue working at the Right Anything agency? Or should I stay in Kurain and help Nayuta rebuild the legal system? What's the right thing for me to do?
Temple, 8 a.m. The bus to the airport will be here any minute. I wonder where Apollo is.
Do you think he decided to stay here in Kurayin?
I bet he was up all night thinking. This is a life-changing decision after all. But whatever he decides, I'll have to accept it.
I guess this means no more courtroom battles alongside him.
Hey, guys!
I know that booming voice anywhere.
Huff puff, huff puff. Whew, I made it. Huff puff.
Apollo, you're here! Does this mean you're coming home with us?
Well, about that. Mr. Wright.
Yes?
I've made up my mind.
Here it is, the moment of truth.
I still have so many things to learn from you. But I've decided to stay in Kurayin.
You're staying? But...
I feel like I have to pick up where Dirk left off. I can't let his sacrifice go to waste.
I see.
Plus, I want to teach others everything you've taught me about being a lawyer, Mr. Wright.
Apollo!
Dirk's roadmap for the future, and your teachings, I believe that these two things will save the people of this kingdom from further unrest. I want to do this. No, I have to do this.
Apollo, I've never felt prouder. Proud to have had such an amazing attorney working under me.
But someday, I'll return to the US. Once a new legal system here is firmly in place, I'll be back. Scout's honor.
Will we really see you again, Apollo?
You bet. Not that I have any idea how long it'll be, but I promise you this, everyone. I'll keep on learning and regrowing.
Regrowing?
I'll keep on learning and growing, and I'll come back to the US an even better lawyer. So don't you forget about me.
Of course we won't, Apollo. There will always be a spot waiting for you back at the office. In the meantime, we'll be rooting for you, so knock 'em dead.
You got it, Mr. Wright.
I'm gonna miss you, Polly. But if this is it, then I'm going to support your choice all the way.
Thanks, Trucy. Good luck with your magic act. I know you'll do Troop Grandmarier proud.
I'll be training for you too, Apollo. But don't think you're the only one with room to grow. The next time we meet, you probably won't even recognize me.
Ha ha ha. In other words, game on.
You bet. And I'm gonna win.
I'm gonna miss you too, Apollo, but
I can't wait to see where your new adventure will take you.
Well, there's our bus.
I guess this is it, Apollo.
I'll never forget everything you've done for me, Mr. Wright. I don't know how I'll ever repay you. Here's to seeing you back in the US again someday. Until then, you know where to find me.
The legacy of those who came before us. Is handed down from parent to child. And from mentor to disciple. We must never stall or stagnate, but continue to grow and change. All that we've been taught, the beliefs and convictions that have been passed down to us, we must continue to nurture them so we in turn can pass them on to the next generation.
Are you really sure you're okay with him staying, boss?
Uh-huh. I always figured he'd leave the nest someday.
Oh, I think they're almost here.
Just a little. Got it.
Ow!
Why don't we go and check it out, AJ?
And now it's time for the credit sequence. Go on, Mr. Hat. Introduce yourself. I'm the amazing Mr. Hat. Nice to meet you. I wanted to take this opportunity to announce my solo debut. It seems Mr. Hat doesn't want Apollo to leave him in the dust. We were fierce rivals, you know. I can't let him hog the spotlight. It's just not the same without Polly, is it? Yeah, I kind of miss him too. I know. We should go visit him in Krayin. Man, brother and sister still don't know they're brother and sister, though. That's some bullshit. After seeing Mr. Justice in action, I got to thinking, what can I do for Krayin? Then it came to me. Tourism! That's what! I'll develop Krayin's tourist industry and bring in more visitors. I'll roll out a new night tour centered on the Founder's Orb. Ooh, and make a museum dedicated to divine dragons. Boy, the ideas just keep on coming. Bleh, 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 bleh.
I want to congratulate you on becoming a forensic investigator, Detective Sky.
Thank you, but Prosecutor Sanmadi says he has need of me. So starting tomorrow, I'll be working in Krayin for a while.
Look at this way. It's sure to be an educational experience.
True, plus I can't let that kid show me up either. I'll see what I can do for Krayin's revolution.
Well, changes have a way of helping people grow. I look forward to our next investigation upon your return.
Darn that forehead face! Ever since he revealed the secret behind our teleportation trick, show requests have totally dried up. We'll be out on the street if we don't find some work soon. Maybe we should take Trucy up on her offer. She said we can make her debut as magicians at the Right Anything Agency. Shut up! I'm gonna show her up someday, and on my own terms. Nothing fires you up like a bitter rivalry.
Krayin is just like this child right now, full of life and limitless possibilities. I have faith that Dirk and my darling Taurus will watch over them both.
Har ha ha har! Have no fear! We'll see Dirk's legacy through to the end. And just for Junior there, here's the secrets of being a man among men. Behold, the Dat's pose!
Wah, wah. Oh, it sounds like little Fighty is saying no.
Har har har! Come on, little guy, don't be shy.
Damn, I fucking fudged that so bad. I didn't get the last couple words out. I've been pulling double Dodie ever since Apollo left, but that's okay. I'm going to make Simon recognize me for the awesome lawyer that I am. She's quaking in her boots. Tisk, widget. I can do it, and I will. Mr. Wright will be calling me his right-hand woman before you know it. Let's do this.
Bucky, how dare you deliver my order in such a sorry state?
Don't be mad, Saimi. There was a party in my shop yesterday, but it should still be fate's fine. Here, try some.
You great big pillock. I just lost my appetite because of you. It's hard to find good help these days. Wouldn't you say, old chum? That trial the other day really inspired me. I've even created a Rakugo routine based on Shisho's case.
It's a mystery story that'll keep flipping the audience's thinking on its head. It's called The Scary Udon Noodle. Hee. You're giving away too much in the title.
Keeping the tornado school going is our way of paying penance and repaying our debt to Shisho. And that includes Rakugo training for that kid, Owen.
With my newfound vulnerability, even ancient ruins and their fancy schmancy Tomb Raider traps are no match for me. Fire! The university where my father works is letting me help with a dig. One day I'll discover an unknown ancient civilization and dedicate it to him. I'll also be going on a dig in Krayin soon. That private justice had better not be slacking off.
I'm going to be super busy now that I'm the head of the Fae clan. Don't worry, Mystic Maya. I'll do whatever I can to help. Thanks, Pearly. Our first order of business will be to revolutionize Kurain Village. Ooh, I have an idea. How about opening a store where we can buy new outfits like the city girls wear? Well, look who's all grown up now. But I think there are a few more pressing matters to take care of first. Yeah, you're right. I guess it'll be a while before I get my revolutionary makeover. Mother, now that you have stopped being Nana, I want a new Nana. I wonder if there would be anyone willing to serve you in that capacity. You're quite a handful after all. I am? With a simple wave of your hand, you would have your attire changed, meals prepared, and even your teeth brushed. I put such undue burden upon you, you great grand priestess of Krayin. You'll have plenty of time in which to make amends. Oh, perhaps you could start with one of your famous shoulder rubs.
It is tough trying to read this all so fast.
Her benevolence has taken to calling me Braidhead. Even worse, she trembles and her face turns red when she speaks to me. What have I done to deserve such animosity? While it is true that I am merciless within the Hall of Justice, to be given such a dismissive name is entirely uncalled for. Oh, what am I to do? Perhaps I shall consult Apollo about this.
How is he doing, Mr. Wright?
Great. He's a respectable lawyer in his own right. He even has his own practice called Justice Law Offices.
Thank you. This wouldn't have been possible without you.
Oh, before I forget, I made a copy of this photo for you.
A photo? Oh! Jove. It is so good to see him again.
Don't you think it's about time we told them the truth? After all, they've both grown into fine young people now. Yes, you're right. Perhaps it's about time they knew.
That was definitely their mother. And the rest of the credits rolling right now. This was a fun game. I can't wait to start the special episode in maybe 2 days. It might be on Friday. Dado! Aw, he's so cute. I love that dog. Okay, it's almost over. A dragon never yields. Never ever. I wonder what this special episode is about. I have no doubt it'll be very fun. And then I'll have to find another game to play. Maybe Night in the Woods? I haven't finished that one yet. Dear Mr. Wright,
I can't believe it's already been a few months since I decided to stay. I'm sorry I haven't been good at keeping in touch, but things have been really hectic. Rebuilding a legal system I'm not yet familiar with has been a real challenge. But I will say, it's given me plenty of work to keep me busy. Have you not given the autopsy report even a cursory glance, Mr. Justice? It's just I have 15 clients on my plate right now. Though I probably shouldn't have accepted all 15 at the same time.
Oh, please. Are you going to help me rebuild Kurain's legal system or not? If you are, we need to move through this case backlog faster.
Yeah, I know, but...
Besides, those 15 are only the beginning. There are 10 more awaiting your services.
Huh? I too have friends and acquaintances seeking legal representation. And being that you are the only lawyer in the country, I told them to contact you. I estimate it will only add about 16 clients to your caseload. Huh? Now, wait just 1 minute.
I have been handing out advertisements for your new office. They read, From legal advice to investigating extramarital affairs, even yak milking. For a limited time only, these services and more are free down at Justice Law offices. I have already received requests from 380 new clients.
I'm going to have to say something, aren't I?
I trust you did your cords of steel exercises this morning. Well, go on. There's no need to hold back.
Ha 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 ha! Now that you mention it, we have yet to hear you shout today.
Yes, and I have grown quite drowsy from these tedious proceedings. I could use a loud something to wake me up. Do not disappoint me, Hornhead.
Objection. There's really only one thing to say at a time like this. It's a word I've said countless times in my career, but one I'll never tire of.
Objection! The objection button. Exclusive objection button. Turnabout Revolution awarded. And then, what is that special episode? It looks like Phoenix Wright is in the center of it. Interesting. I'm curious about it. Oh yeah, Pikmin 4! I still have Pikmin 4 to finish. The final area. Yeah, I'll be playing Pikmin 4 once I'm done with the special episode. That'll be in like a week. Can't wait to get back into Pikmin 4. Okay, and... only one viewer? That's okay. I guess I'll just end the stream here. Thank you for sticking around, for anyone who stuck around. And I'll be back tomorrow to play Shin Megami Tensei 5 Vengeance. Probably. Bye-bye!